Almost there. Keep it up. Hunter-killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead. Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
What's so bright? It's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Defense deployed. Predator missile on set there. Keep it up. Hunter killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead. Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
What's so bright? It's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
UAV recon is deployed. Predator missile on stand there. Keep it up. Hunter killer drone deployed. Keep it up. We've taken the lead. Standing by. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Predator missile away. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted.
Is all going to be tormented by one team in the name of Zhig Zhag. But apart from them, it is fair play, fair game for everybody else out there, right? For the first series of the day in itself, we've got a blockbuster to open up for you guys. PV SAGE, the brand new promising team that has got Olea backing them up, goes up against LVX. This one could go either way. Both of them have got a single loss as well as a single win picked up thus far. But the win as well as the loss on the side of PV SAGE was a little bit more drastic than the ones LVX picked up. Both of the matches, they at the very least managed to pick away one map. That's for LVX. PV SAGE's match was a 3-0 defeat that under the hands of Four Suits Esports, but they did manage to take the victory over Spender. That being said, though, it was just the Spender. Yeah. Not a problem at all. So it looks like that's not going to be the only series that we've got in store for you guys, right? Later on, SKADI takes on Four Suits Esports, followed by 4S KINCAID meeting the SAVAGE HUNTSMEN. 4S KINCAID as well as the SAVAGE HUNTSMEN. Thus far, the run in the competition hasn't been as sweet as they've wanted it to be. Both teams have suffered back-to-back losses. 4S KINCAID under the hands of ZHIG ZHAG as well as LVX. SAVAGE HUNTSMEN, on the other hand, under SKADI as well as ZHIG ZHAG. So we are finally starting to see a very clear difference between how good these teams are out there on the battlefield as well as who's the biggest threat. And to close the day off, I don't know if I want to cry or if I want to celebrate this. It's ZHIG ZHAG versus Spender. Dude, that's gonna be either super horrible or super great. Okay. Yep. Apologies, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. It looks like we still can't get Neptune's mic clear here. We're going to try to sort that out. In the meantime, this has been the tournament format. Through all of those battles, we now have ended up with 16 teams, which we have split into two groups, Group A as well as B. Group B has completed 2 days of play, just like Group A. And today is the 3rd day of play for Group A. Out of 7, each group has got 7 days of play, mainly because it is a single round robin setup, which means in each group, they will have to take on their opponents within the group 1 time, not 2 times, just 1 time, and then the scores get tallied up, and the top 4 teams from each group gets to move on to the knockout stages. And of course, from there, it is a double elimination till we get to the playoffs and crown the champions of Garena Masters Season 5. Thus far, out of 4 seasons, only 2 teams have walked away the champion. That is the current EZR Bookie or the ex-Blacklist Ultimate, who have managed to pick up Garena Masters 1 as well as 4, as well as Smart Omega, who were triumphant in getting that back-to-back champs in Garena Master 2 as well as 3. Other teams are looking to pick up the championship for themselves, as well as a super-duper prize pool, or at least a part of it. The lion's share of the 25,000 USD. Everybody's aiming for the number 1 spot and the 10,000 in their pockets. If they do fail, though, they still can walk away with some solid cash in hand. 4,500 USD for the 2nd place. 3rd place walks away with 3,000 and 1,005 for those that end up in the 4th spot. And all of these battles, all of these effort is not just for the pride of them walking away as the champions of Garena Masters. It's not just for the money, but also for the qualification to stage 4, which then later on leads to stage 5 if they do find success on stage 4. Stage 5 is the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship that all of these teams won, a place where EZR Bookie is very familiar with, but the one that they did manage to walk away with a victory on was a split between the East and the West. EZR Bookie, your Eastern champs as well. But after they got crowned the Eastern champs, we did see a little bit of a down performance from the squad. And that's the main time where we saw the rise of Smart Omega in Season 2 and 3. But when EZR Bookie made their way back in here, there was, of course, a little bit of a heartbreak where we couldn't really see them on CDSI going all the way through. Perhaps this time, the story can be changed a tad bit. But will the other teams allow EZR Bookie to get that far? Will Smart Omega stomp them out? Will ZHIG ZHAG take their spot as the champions? It is all left up for us to see. We also have, of course, West Point Mamba Low Kings on standby in Group B. They have become the runner-ups in Season 4. Perhaps in Season 5, they might finally achieve their dream of becoming champions of Garena Masters Season 5. Once again, this is the Group A as well as B. You've got ZHIG ZHAG, SAVAGE HUNTSMEN, SPENDER, 4 Suits ESPORTS, LVX, PV SAGE, SKADI, as well as 4S KINCAID representing Group A. All 8 teams will be in participation today in all of the matches. We've got 4 series back-to-back. All of the games will be a best out of 3 where the teams have to play all 3 matches. We start things off as usual on hardpoint and then hop on over to S&D, followed by the control matchup, Neptune. And we do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. There seems to be a tad bit of an issue still with Neptune's microphone, which we are trying to get sorted out in the background. Don't worry, you'll hear his sexy voice in a little bit. I do believe we are waiting for the team lineup as well. Is it me or is AJ's voice being adjusted? Okay, looks like you guys are facing a bit of issues with my audio as well. Don't worry, we'll try to sort that out as quickly as possible. Neptune's microphone will be reconnected in a little bit. So going back to what I was talking about as we open up the show for you guys, the very first series of the day, PV SAGE versus LVX. PV SAGE has gotten a fantastic victory over Spender. Spender was a no-show in that matchup, but Spender's also the team that stumbled into the competition. I mean, these guys are clearly a bunch of trolls. Their logo as well as name is an underwear. That underwear just happens to be a very sexy thong hanging on a hanger, and there's a tagline that says handsome only. Which means if you can be bad at the game, but as long as you're good looking, you can be on Team Spender. That's their motto, that's their tagline, that's what they live by. So you better be good looking if you want to sign up for their squad, all right? And they have to deem that you're good looking, and it's not necessarily good looking by society standards. As long as they deem you're good looking, you're gonna be absolutely fine. Isn't that right, Neptune?
And that will be absolutely fine. I mean, between you and me, I guess you have a greater chance of being part of Spender if you want to. For me, like I'm a 50-50, I would say. But as you mentioned, it will depend on the standards. And again, thank you for having me back on the audio side of things. I'm pretty sure everyone was wondering what I was saying earlier. That was a lot, but I guess we continue on with the battle in front of us.
Yeah, in Neptune's defense, he was talking a lot. It's just that you guys couldn't hear him. The mic was out. Now it's back. Thank you very much for saving me, bro. I was running out of saliva here, speaking nonstop, but I kind of got used to it since the Ways of War days. Those were the good old days, dude.
Yeah, I mean, going solo, bringing out everything, and when I say bring out, all your breath, everything that you can shout for, and even your lungs are being pulled out in here because of the excitement that is bringing on by this game. Now, for the standings of our groups, Group A and B, and as we can see, the top two really deserves the top two because they haven't had any losses just yet, and it's pretty much a mirror up until that number 3 spot compared to what we are seeing from number 4 we're in. Smart Omega has a good run in here, but had one loss their side, and I guess those in here that wants to catch up on the point really needs to get the wins overall. And I remember when the time that you were casting with AJ, with Cali, AJ, that like some of the teams really doesn't need or doesn't have that opportunity to lose any of the games.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, some teams out there are just super dominant. And yeah, I'm talking about the one and only ZHIG ZHAG, but SKADI has been doing pretty decently as well in the run of the competition thus far. That being said, though, they've only met the SAVAGE HUNTSMEN as well as Spender. Does the competition get a little bit more difficult for SKADI this time around? I think yes. 4Suits ESPORTS is lined up to meet SKADI a little bit later on, and that for once is going to give SKADI a run for their money. It's a more even fight that SKADI will really have to work to walk away a victory with. But 4Suits Esports also had a fantastic, spectacular showing up against PV SAGE. We all thought the Alea effect was going to be a lingering one, but it got wiped out when 4Suits showed up.
Yeah, and 4Suits showed up indeed, and this time a chance for them to show up once again. They will be second in the list, but we are going to start off with LVX against PV SAGE. Now, as we mentioned earlier, all of the 3 teams statistically are equal in terms of the number that they put out of this Garena Masters 5, except for the outliers that we have Spender and ZHIG ZHAG at here at the bottom of our list later, the 4th match that we have. So it will depend on how much a team will prove the statistics, but you know how it is, AJ. There's so much instances that the numbers has been broken.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, if you step into a competition, if you step into a matchup, and you don't know exactly what your opponent has got kind of strategized against you, and you don't have those counter plans to work with immediately in these matches, you are going to be punished. And we have seen some teams who are capable of doing that, right? I mean, yesterday, there was a shocker for the first time. I mean, I don't think anybody expected Smart Omega to go down to the Broke Boys Club, but the Broke Boys, they put on a phenomenal fight in the first game of Hardpoint. It was so close, and you saw that is that is why you and I became shoutcasters. That is why you and I have been shoutcasters for such a long time, for moments just like that, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's unexpected moments wherein, things might be happening out of array, but we are, we're expecting a lot to be at a disarray this time. Apart from everything that's happening in the beginning of this match, I'm looking forward that everything will be running smoothly in this game between LVX and PV SAGE. PV SAGE right now with a lineup: Cairo, Hira, Mako, Corvin, Chicken, and Justin in front of you right now to represent PV SAGE.
Absolutely. Once again, this is the collegiate squad that has been absolutely phenomenal in the recent times, coached by Olea himself. And they had a spectacular start, but the spectacular start was basically a dream gifted to them because Spender was their first opponent. When they
Yeah.
went up against a more veteran squad, a team with more experienced players in the lineup, not with tons of experience like Smart and Mega and whatnot, with
Right.
just a little bit more, that's exactly where you kind of saw the weakness of PV SAGE. Hacienda, they were punished. Marco, even though he did well on that match, he could barely get past the 1 KD mark. And it was a pretty torturous thing to watch them in performance against Four Suits Esports. Against LVX, on the other hand, it might just be equally as torturous. We saw LVX take on Four Suits, and we saw how close those first two games were. That hardpoint matchup, there was just 9 points between LVX and Four Suits. In fact, LVX could have actually walked away with a
Yeah.
victory there if it wasn't for that final second comeback.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that final second comeback right there. It's just Forsus doesn't want to give that out. But looking at the teams going against PV Sage, LVX, the ones who almost put down 2 against Four Suits Esports, Joke, Flacco, Yams, QWERTY, Light, and Yukish right here in front of you. They are the ones who had a great advantage this time, especially in the first map that we have. Later, we're going to show you which map that would be, because that is where they went against 4S KINCAID, wherein they got a 2-0 in that series. Again, this is both of these teams has 3-3 to their name. This is where all those balance will be put into chaos and as well as tip over to one side.
Absolutely, man. And of course, LVX is a much more balanced team when it comes to the capabilities out there on the battlefield. For example, if you look at Hardpoint, you see the objective being shared by all of the players. Of course, Flacco is going to be the main guy playing that objective, but you see the team time and time again just throwing objective player after objective player. They keep switching roles. The whole squad is a flex squad in that perspective. When Flacco's not there, QWERTY's there to take his place. Light hops on into the objective a lot as the secondary objective player. Joke is there to sort them out as well, but they do have their individual positions that they play fantastically well on those SNDs as well. We saw how far they could push Four Suits. In fact, the 2 matches that they have clearly gotten a very convincing victory on has been the SND. The victory over Four Suits as well as 4S KINCAID for LVX on that SND. They're very strong on that mode.
Yeah, and I'm quite surprised they went against 2 teams of 4 suits. So SND, I guess that's one thing that they can take off for the side of the 4S. But take off right now on Hardpoint, and this is what I was talking about earlier, wherein they're the ones who got the win on against 4S KINCAID, and they have, well, it's a very close fight though, but Light really did shed the light into the gameplay. SND will be played on firing range as well as control and standoff. So 2 of the OG maps will be played this time, and I guess there's not so much of hope for the other maps, because I remember you mentioning, AJ, that you want to see other maps being played, especially in the hard point, but none of, or well, not none, but not a lot of teams are giving that chance.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that for the group stage. I know everybody's going to be shying away from the more tougher, newer maps like Arsenal as well as Apocalypse. Apocalypse, maybe there might be a tendency for them to pick it, but I think a lot of people are running away from Arsenal at the moment. It's a situation I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot at the knockout stages as the Titans go up against each other, because that might just be the wonder pick, right? A lot of these teams, a lot of the veteran squads, there's no way they're not practicing it. After you look at North America as well as Eastern Europe kind of playing those maps and really showing how that domination is so easy when you've got good team chemistry, you've got solid rotations. I mean, we talked about takeoff rotations long time ago. And then Hacienda was just that map where everybody needed to master. That took a little while as well. But I think Arsenal's going to take a tad bit longer because that map's a headache even for me.
Yeah, I mean, the headache for you, the best sniper in Call of Duty Mobile, and even for the other teams right now who's really like shying away from that. well, I guess shying away is understatement. They really doesn't want to touch that map just yet until such time wherein they understand it pretty well and they can take advantage of that understanding of knowledge to use that to their advantage. But the game is about to begin right now. This is where we see PV SAGE and LVX battle on. First map, hardpoint in takeoff. Let us go.
Let's hop on into this matchup. PV SAGE, first time on takeoff, but not for LVX. They've already scored that beautiful victory over 4S KINCAID. It was not a very convincing victory, but it was a victory nonetheless. Let's see if they can replicate that sort of a scoreline yet again here versus PV SAGE. At the very start, it seems to be equally balanced between the two.
Yeah, and this is where it gets scrappy really on a P1, where it's open area, a lot of power positions can be taken, but this is a chance for them as well to clean up, especially as they are going in for that P2, a little bit too close though from that second floor, and they need to use most of the rotations that they have. But in terms of points, it is teams of PV SAGE is taking advantage, but there's still a chance for LVX to catch up, especially with the time that they have remaining. But none of these teams are giving away. Even the scrap points has been let go a little bit as they set it up for P2.
This is a fantastic start for PV SAGE. LVX barely going in for the contest on the hill. And I think I see the ideation here. They don't really want to lose a lot of lives. They don't want to give PV SAGE the opportunity to shut them down over and over again and streak up for those later hills. Therefore, they back away. They just want to play a safe game at this point. But that's only going to pay off if they can walk away from the second hill, the major victors. If they can pull away every single point here, then perhaps that first position would be a sound one. Yams is going to get stunned halfway through and miss half his mag and gets punished exactly that forehand. And PV SAGE on the right hand side of these stairs will be trying to stop the bleeding for a little bit first, not allowing LVX to catch up all that too quickly, but the break still is there. Gyro and Hera backing each other up, but QWERTY makes quick work of them. That War Machine surely got them good.
Good cleanup from both sides of the stairs. They were able to take over, but it is only LVX who survive. And a joke right now for great backstab, going for 2 and 3 on a combo already on him, and they have plenty of time to spare to take the lead in this game. But it's a long run, a long ride towards that next hill, as it is now being covered by PV SAGE. All angles might be on them, but as we can see the approach of LVX right now, they have a good running to take over.
Early rotation into P2 seems to have been a sound decision for LVX. PV SAGE doing the exact same thing at P3. LVX not going for the spawns and generators just yet. Player number 5, QWERTY, is there, but QWERTY just wants to punish any of the players from the side of PV SAGE who pick up generators. That's just not working. LVX hopping onto the hill. They just don't have enough numbers to sustain, and PV SAGE uses it to climb right back on equal grounds with them. Hunter Killer Drone will not be able to do much, and it's a double investment of the operators. But Justin pulls out the Annihilator, make quick work of them. QWERTY drops him like it's hot. 58 to 51, back and forth we go. Neither side wanting to drop this just yet, but LVX with the spawn out of generator just seems to have been able to overwhelm this spot just a little bit. PV SAGE with the numbers now squeezing on in. Player number 4 goes down, but LVX is just way too close to kick out.
This is where you are seeing that they want to take over this point, because they have pulled out only on P2 all the operators that they have invested already. And as you can see, it's quite balanced from both teams. The rotation right now will need to be prime, because from that P3 going into P4, it is not a long run. And Mako goes in for the spray. No more praying for him, but he will be put in from the heavens above by light.
Oh my goodness, how much more closer can this game get? One runs away, the other one catches up, the other one moves away, one catches up. This is just insanity at this point. 72 will not be reached by PV SAGE just yet as LVX finds the break. They spawn out of crane, they hop on into the battlefield. PV SAGE on the other hand, from the side of generators, they've got the numbers to make this work. No operators on the side of PV SAGE. Yams can whip one out, quickly punish them with 19 more seconds to go. LVX finds the break. They can use use it for the defense, but they're not going to waste it just yet. They've got the numbers to win out those gunfights, and they do exactly that. 10 more seconds to go. PV SAGE finds a quick sneak in. QWERTY finally brings out the War Machine, and that's the Punisher that's going to give LVX the rest of the scraps from this P4.
PV SAGE attempted what LVX did, the one-sided push, but the War Machine really stopped them on their heels. Now, coverage in all angles to protect that P1 is what is LVX doing at this point. Very close to that century mark, and they are getting a few more of those slays. As we see Choke right now going into the back and the rotation right now in here to go for the backstab, but the was beat to win still. They have a step on that hill.
Yep, on the reset now. PV SAGE has got the better position to play this hill. They've got two of the power positions on the scaffolding as well as the second floor of Aurora. And they use the backside of that fountain to gain control. They pick up the objectives. One player slides on in, and Flacco, what a big fight. Hits the double to walk away with the hill.
Double for Flacco, not really flanking that much, but was able to go for the elimination, but take over with only scrap time to remaining. It might not be given. LVX still wants to secure the lead that they have. It is getting close earlier, but the lead is being brought on by the teams in blue and light right now, putting on the shadow over PV SAGE.
Oh, this is just crazy, man. PV SAGE, can they catch up once again? They have no spawn advantage for this P2, but they just hopping on in through that scaffolding inside of launch center as well. But QWERTY, what a great position, holds it from the back, manages to nail the player down on the ground, and the War Machine not super effective just yet. He slides away. Both players who are going in for the chase against him are not really able to catch him just yet. QWERTY, one more shot out of this good old War Machine. He misses the first one. Second one does finally connect. Corbin with the response out of the Sparrow, though, very quickly downs him and gets him out of the equation for PV SAGE now to catch up.
Good time for them to catch up with 20 seconds remaining. It will be tied by the end, or probably very, very close. But Corbin is a guy who made that work with that Sparrow on him. Let's see if he will be able to hold on, as not so much of pressures being put in by LVX on them. But finally, in the final 5 seconds, they were able to catch up onto that hill. But the rotation needs to be done by either team so that they will secure the lead, or probably catch up the lead that LVX has. But the spawns went in for side of PV SAGE, and it is now their time to go for the point.
What in the world just happened? PV SAGE did not even rotate. In fact, they were on the wrong side of the map, but the gods of RNG made them spawn right behind this P3. That was just insanity. And now PV SAGE, they've got the lead. They've got the advantage. Nobody on generators. That's the first time I've seen that happen, and that is such a hack. LVX, on the other hand, they break it with their sheer might. They've got the gunfights to last for days. Yams brings in the Annihilator, annihilating one after the other. Marco not wanting to step in front just yet, and when he does, Yams annihilates him instantly. Finally, Yam goes down. Hera shows up, 142 to 150. The match is still super close, Neptune.
Regardless how random it is, LVX doesn't want to give that away. PV SAGE right now in trouble, trying to catch up with only a few seconds, and they are, a few of the players are stuck on that hill as LVX took over. Now heading on to the next one, where 3 players are securing this. For the side of LVX, this might be looking good for them to secure that double century mark, as a PV SAGE has no entry at this point. Yams has been taken down, the 3-man push being done. Cairo, Justin, and Mako, and this is their start of that catch-up point.
Ah, the fight of their lives. PV SAGE refusing to give this away to LVX. They know for a fact LVX is going to be a huge threat on the S&D. So by hook or by crook, PV SAGE needs to walk away the victors on this hardpoint matchup, or there is a huge possibility they walk away with a loss on the series. You can see them giving their all, but LVX is no too shabby squad to take on, as they are continuously hitting back. They are in front, but here comes PV SAGE. 20 seconds on the go, and with them fighting for their lives, and one Freddy will sort it out, fighting it from both angles now. LVX has got 10 seconds to get this done.
Mako still has a lifeline. He has that Freddy on him available, but he is not using it because he is quite well with a CBR. No entry. That is what Mako is saying. And very, very close to that 190. And finally, he has been taken out. Let's see what action he will be doing. But from the side of LVX, a lot of wasted opportunities, especially with the operator skills as they try to go for the push. But this is their chance as they cycle through onto the next one with them. 50 seconds spare onto that B1.
Third rotation of the kills back onto P1. PV SAGE had a fantastic hold from the right-hand side of the map earlier on. This time it's LVX. LVX just hopping on in with two objective players. Joke, the last one standing. Ooh. And he's a big win for Joke. He hits the double. Solo on the hole for the hill this time round. But from afar, Hera beams down two players with his LK-24 out of the power position on the second floor of this control room. That's going to give the advantage to the players of PV SAGE for a tad bit as they reach the 200-point mark. LVX, who are on a great start, are all of a sudden struggling against PV SAGE, who have woken up.
Yeah, awaken and destroying. That is what PV SAGE is doing at this moment. With only a scrap points to their name, LVX is trying to catch up and preparing themselves to the next hill. They have set up already two guys from both sides of the stairs, but scaffolding is still open for anyone to be taken by PV SAGE. Flacco on the peak, but will be taken down from the side by Hyra. And this might be a start of PV SAGE to take over once again. But no, it has been cleared by LVX. Really want to get to 200.
Three operators for the activation on the side of PV SAGE. They can take over this hill very quickly if they want. Even if they don't, they need to stop the bleeding. They need to make sure LVX does not catch up, but there's no stopping them now. 202 points already. PV SAGE needs to get something done. Alternatively, they can choose to go for a very early rotation, but that might just be the end of them in this hardpoint matchup. 25 seconds to go. LVX will not end the game here, but it's going to be enough points to put on an amount of pressure that PV SAGE might not be able to make a comeback from. The Freddy's going to take them out of the equation. LVX literally soaking up all the points from this hill. PV SAGE finally spawning from the back. They pick up the scraps, but that's not a good idea because look at LVX. They're already on the rotation for a super money hill on P3.
LVX says you can let that go because we are heading for the big money. It is now a chance for them to catch up onto the points and the remaining 22 points that they need to take that win. Yams goes in for a double with that Freddy. War Machine gameplay coming from QWERTY, and there's no going in onto this area. Stop has been pulled in by Light, and it is now a multiple slays from him as they stop anyone in their fields.
That's it! The Freddy ends it! All the operators stacked! Neptune, what a game! What an opener for game day number 5. LVX had the lead. PV SAGE showed their might. They caught right back up. They took the lead away, but LVX, they saved up some goodies for them towards the very end. Even if the gods of RNG were on the side of PV SAGE, the second round of rotations for those hills. Remember that P2 to P3, that crazy spawn out of nowhere? Even with that, PV SAGE could not take down LVX. This was a hard-fought battle, but LVX clearly the better squad. That does not take anything away from PV SAGE, though. It was a fantastic fight from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite fair matchup between these two teams. The magic of the Sages didn't work so much because of that rotation. And despite of how many wasted opportunities has been done by LVX, they were able to catch up and learn from that mistake. Thus, they take the win. As you can see, the MVP this time, the ones who shed a light for this team. 49 in the slay, but we cannot take it away from Joke. He's no joke. He got 51 on that K.
I mean, come on, man. 220 kills in total for the side of LVX. They clearly outshine the players on the side of PV SAGE with their engagements out there on the battlefield, right? I mean, back to back, we could see multiple engagements out there, but the gunfights most of the time used to end up on the side of LVX. There is a total of 50 elimination difference. PV SAGE were losing out on a few of those engagements that really held them away from that hill. This is mainly that PV P2 on that final rotation of hills, as well as that P3. A majority of these extra eliminations came from there. That P3 on that final rotation, that was a majority of the operator skills getting the job done. But the P2 on the final rotation, that was just very smart hill holding from the side of LVX, not allowing PV SAGE anywhere near the hill at all on that run.
Yeah, man. Guarty is one of the guy that we saw last who's just holding the door, holding the gate. No one is going in. But, well, it is what it is. 250, 215. How close it sounds. The points are far. But this is just 1 out of 3 of the games. These teams will be fighting on SND. This is where LVX really showed it against the 4 suits. Let's see if that will be the same story against PV SAGE, as they will be fighting off on firing range. And an OG map wherein the long range engagement is really prime for the snipers.
At the moment, firing range has not been played just yet by either one of these two teams, but PV SAGE has had that one loss of SND that was against 4 Suits Esports. LVX, on the other hand, to take the exact same team as an example, had an SND matchup against 4 Suits where they won 7-4. Both of those matches happened at slumps. At firing range, the map could make a bit of a difference here for PV SAGE. It's a very basic map. Everybody knows and loves firing range, but it is going to fall into the hands of the players who can engage long range. It's also going to fall to how quickly these players rotate around when they are on the defense, because if you get caught out, the rotation from bomb site A to B is pretty long. And in those moments, things can really change depending on the number of players that each side has, Neptune.
Exactly. I mean, with your traverse from one side to the other, especially if you're taking mid, unless you're smart enough who will be able to creep in from either side, or probably before from the spawns, and you'll be able to go for the backstab towards A if in case, or the other way around. That is an advantage that you can have. But again, a lot of teams have played and known firing range. Even those playing just the random ranked games understood what is needed to win in search and destroy. Is more of how much you can prepare and adjust on the fly as they go for the battle, even if you are not the ones putting on the first blood.
Yeah, I mean, PV SAGE could not take away a single round from 4 Suits Esports. And here you have LVX beating 4 Suits Esports on the exact same map. So it was a fair fight between the two. I think that's a fantastic benchmark for the upcoming match. So PV SAGE, they better have read the strategy of LVX. Obviously, it wasn't on the same map, but at the very least, see exactly who they need to sort out first. Either way, it's going to be up to the snipers, as usual, on a majority of these SND matches, because that first blood conversion, like how he sometimes touches on, might just be a factor. But there have also been a factor where the first blood does not convert. So you really need to know how to manage or sustain your lives towards the very end, because those clutch situations, that's where the difference is truly seen.
Yeah, the difference and the highlights are being seen. But so far, there's a little bit of hold up for the approach being done by the attackers. Oh, Yickers right now, you will be going down, as he says to Corvin. Initiation has been done, and defenders is now in array as a rush on the Bravo is being done by the teams of LVX.
Yeah, great slide and a quick scope by Joke to take Hera out of that power position. That head glitch would be very annoying to deal with. Marco, on the other hand, spots the wrong side, and Joke will be able to punish yet again with the second snipe of this matchup. Chicken can't find anyone just yet. Yukish really putting the pound on them, and a 4-man victory for this first round. LVX proved that PV SAGE really has nothing on them when it comes to the engagements out there. Hera was the only one that managed to catch a player off guard.
Yeah, LVX this time, I guess they have that courage, the bravado to go in as quick move on to this fight. Let's see if that will continue on, as Yams right now was able to take down Mako into the fight. Another initiation by LVX against PV SAGE. This might be another quick approach for the attackers this time, but they held back on Alpha, not really doing the plan just yet because they don't have any information for where the angle is being held.
Corvin's a good player, but we have to say the double snipe setup between Yukish as well as Joke has always been hitting its mark. And you know you can depend on these two players. And they're not usually the ones who walk away with the most number of frags on S&D anyway. Light as well as QWERTY, they usually step it up with their SMGs. So this is something that PV SAGE really has to deal with all throughout this match. But Corbin finds a good one onto Yukish. Justin, blind shots leads him nowhere as three players try to take this one back. And Yams make it just juice.
From 3v3 to 3v2 right now to a 1v2. Let's see how much Light will be able to hold this time. The dance is on. Corvin pulls out. And let's see. Corvin caught in the wrong angle. Light takes him down. It's now 2-0 for LVX. And that good play, though, that's so much of a distraction, really led to that final elimination being done.
And I really love what Light did there. He didn't immediately overextend. He waited for his partner to come out of the white warehouse, and they went in for the double challenge. So even if Light had not caught the back of the guy, they would have still been able to walk away with that and the round. LVX really knows what they're doing out there, and those split-second decisions really seem to be connected. Just into the God Nate that punishes Hera. It's not able to give them yet another, so it's a 2-for-1 trade thus far.
2-for-1 trade, and let's see if it will be balance of Yams right now, trying to do the opposite as they want it to be tipping their all to their side. Yukish goes in for another one. A lot being done by this guy already. 6 on his name, and with the time ticking with 35 seconds to spare, it will depend on what angle will be done by the two remaining players of PV SAGE. Yukish for the backstab, but will be hit by Chicken, and it is now a 1v3 in the chase is on.
He says as he takes a quick shot. And Chicken, what another quick scope. Spots yet another player, but attacked from both angles. Light makes quick work of a little Chicken. I don't know if he fried it or he boiled it, but either way, he enjoyed it.
Yeah, probably adobo. Adobo for the side of the Filipinos. But we'll have to see. I mean,
I still have not had chicken adobo.
Dude. Well, I'll ask someone. To bring it over. I've met a few friends. Remember when I was there? I'll ask someone to cook one for you and deliver to your place. Just remind me, though. You know how we are.
Old man. And dude, you know what? I've always wanted to make chicken adobo. It's just that I've always wanted to taste a proper Filipino chicken adobo first before I make my own. Because you know, if you make your own, you're never gonna know if it's like proper tasting or not. Joe finds one. Yams hits it from the back. And my oh my, you can move as much as you want, says Yams, but he still finds it. Chicken clucks a little bit, but Flacco pulls his feathers out. 4-0. LVX not facing any pressure at all. And in fact, PV, the Chicken will do well with a little bit of sage sprinkled on it.
Yeah. Good combo. PV SAGE Chicken, and well, as we can see, LVX is really proving that they are a team that will not be going down that easily on search and destroy. From what we mentioned earlier, despite of the change of map, we know that we are seeing that the movement is on them, especially with how they approach each of their attack. They are now in here favoring the 3 players of PV SAGE. Justin was able to take 2 down and lighting here, trying to take the angle. Only a few HP remaining, but will be taken by Chicken from the other side. 2v2, AJ brought by 2v1. It was a close match. Let's see on how it ends.
Corbin turns it into a 1v1. The bomb not in their hands just yet. Yukish needs to travel right back, pick it up, but it is a all-out sniper battle now. The LCAR-9 in the hands of PV Corbin as well. Yukish rotating around, Locust in hand. Doesn't go in to pick the bomb up. He just wants to hunt this guy down. I don't know if this is a smart idea. Yukish going to turn around potentially at the wrong timing here. No, as Corbin backs away. Yukish, here's a couple of footsteps. This might just be the timing. Spots the guy out. Great slide out in the open. CDR4. He gets a couple of knocks. And Corbin and the LCAR-9 wins that out. What a sloppy engagement from the side of LVX. Corbin says, thank you very much. That round's definitely mine.
We're going to call him El Carvin this time because of how well he used that. I mean, despite of the crossover, it's not really a smart move letting go of that bomb and taking that damage, but it is what it is. 1v4 right now, and LVX will still be leading this fight. Chicken takes down Flacco as Mako right now was able to take down Yams, and it is now a 2v4 situation favoring PV SAGE at this point. This might be the comeback that they have been waiting for, but Justin will be the ones who want to secure that.
Justin finds it, but Light, my goodness, turns on him instant, and out of nowhere, PV SAGE showing signs of life. LVX now put on a pause. The bomb switches hands as well. This is something that I believe LVX was not expecting. Now, PV SAGE has got the opportunity to dictate the pace. Bomb in hand. They rotate over towards that A bomb site, Neptune.
Yeah, hit mark in there, not really doing so much, but Yukish in there takes out Mako.
My.
Yams brought down Corvin, almost going for another, but they have been put in a pause. Yams just continued playing the game, and we are now on a 1v4, I would say, none v4 at the moment as they take 1 point.
My goodness, my oh my. I don't know exactly where LVX found all of that speed from, but they literally ran through that round instant. Barely gave you a chance to finish that sentence, man. And that's exactly what happens when PV SAGE pisses LVX off. Now Light and Yukish rotating around to check out that B bomb site, but nobody's home. The bomb's already at A, and player number 3, Joke, should have been able to relay this message already. He did spot a couple of players, but down in mid, player number 3, Justin, he's going to be putting up a big fight, but Yukish finds him halfway, and that's a 5v4. Make that a 4v3 on the other hand, and the numbers keep dropping. Hera gets a double, and here comes LVX now for the save as Light and Yukish show up.
Yeah, the good pinch being done at this point, thus not giving that advantage against PV SAGE. Refusal is on, plenty of time to spare, and they head into match point. Angles being taken by LVX, really outplaying PV SAGE at this point, despite of how fast they can move to one direction.
Match point for LVX, and this match feels like it just started and it's about to end already.
Speed run.
Yeah, speed run indeed. But the bomb speed running its way towards that A bomb site. Player number 2, Chicken, gonna be holding the back lines, waiting for that backstab. He has got the opportunity to circle around once Yam spots him, and the second scope does not fail. Chicken gets the connection. 2 players right under him, under this wooden hut. Will he get caught as Mako finds Flacco? Joke with the God sticky out of nowhere. It's a 3v4 Neptune.
Yeah, 3v4 favoring PV SAGE at the moment, and El Carvin right now is in here. Big backstab by Light. Justin just peeks and will be taken down. And there goes another one as Chicken tries to balance it off. It is a 1v2. Let's see who's able to get it through. And Light has been caught. 1v1 and no Joke. Joke needs to pull it through, and he did. Defusal with 5 seconds. Will it work? This might be game, and there you have it. LVX does it once again.
Joke saves the day. Chicken needs a little bit more of experience out there in the world of Call of Duty Mobile. He should have played his time well. Joke knew that he would re-peak from that exact same angle because of the amount of time left on the game. There was just no way he was going to make that full-on rotation. Chicken just did not see that coming, and LVX bows down to them saying thank you for the easy fight. SND claimed by LVX as well. PV SAGE showed up strong in hardpoint. I cannot say the same for SND.
Yes, and the really, well, I guess it's more of a reputation that LVX has. We keep mentioning that against Force Suits, who will beat PV SAGE and Search and Destroy, they didn't do that much, though. Like, not even, well, the 7-4. That's midway through the 7 mark. But as we look at PV SAGE, they just went down in here on 7-2, and it's their last hope for Control, which is a combination of the 2 maps that they just lost.
That is true, sir. At the end of the day, we now get pushed into a match at Control. And this might just be a blessing for PV SAGE because LVX has not won a single Control matchup just yet. But let's look at the scores here to see exactly who was dominating out there. No doubt whatsoever. We did mention Light as being the guy who usually picks up a majority of those eliminations. And he once again does the job. 11 kills. Light was making light work of Chicken and Gang.
Yeah, Jokic, though, the initial initiation coming from him really did a lot
Yeah.
for the team of LVX rather, and that is where he's really shining in here. But no one shines brighter than the light, though. So I guess he deserves the name, and they deserve the 2 point that they have at this point. Standoff would be our next map for this control game, and it's not that often that we see this because of how much it is favoring one side, but I guess it's there for a reason. They can trigger the spawn trap later on, and that would depend on which side they will be taken.
Oh yeah, and of course at standoff there is not a very easy opportunity, but if you do have superior gunfight, you can just step up to your opponent's spot and spawn trap them where they stand. But in order to pull that off, you need a huge gap in terms of capabilities. We have seen teams who are overpowered steamroll their opponents by dropping that spawn trap in standoff. It's just the kind of map that allows that. If you want to switch on over to a map like Crossroads Strike, the spawns are very far apart, and if you do fail, the rotation over is going to take a little while. Standoff is the one that kind of gives you that blessing, right? It's very quick to rotate over to the next spot, but it also is a map where we see some mistakes made, right? The prioritization between that A and B control point, we don't see the split as often as we see it on Crossroads Strike.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of how they can focus all their energy on both sides so that they can either defend or attack, depending on what they want to do so. But it's again, it's one-sided. Crossroad is more of the attacker favoring them. This time we're just back to the usual control wherein the defenders have a greater chance of spawning that trap and or triggering that spawn trap, and as well as stopping anyone from approaching all those points. But that will depend on how well it will be done. As you mentioned, AJ, for the side of LVX, they hadn't won any controls just yet, so this might be a chance for PV SAGE to do so. And well, looking forward to 1 point being taken because you don't want to go down on a 3-0 this time.
I don't know, man. I don't know if Light is going to give PV SAGE any bit of room here. The guy has been on fire, the MVP of the first match, Hardpoint, S&D. You see Light picking up the MVP once again with the 11 eliminations. When we did see the matchup against Force Hoots Esports, who was the MVP? It's the one and only Light. He's in prime form, and I don't think he's going to allow anybody out of his sights, literally, as he goes out to shut down PV SAGE. We saw the quickness of rotation early on at Hardpoint. It's not a rotation-based game. It's not a spawn management kind of game. It's just a quick objective. You need to hop on there and you need to sit on the hill if you're on the attack. And the last time where we did see the players of PV SAGE do that on the hills, LVX had a field day eating them up. So if you look at the differences in engagement from Hardpoint, you paste that onto control, PV SAGE is in a lot of trouble now.
Yeah, PV SAGE will be in a lot of trouble unless they make all those changes. And as you can see, it is the team of LVX on defense. It might be favoring them as it's already being done so in terms of the lives, but a lot of a trade being done right now with Scorpion, who wants to take over and also capture that alpha. Let's see for how long he will be able to hold on to it, because not so much of backup coming in from the rest of the team.
Yeah, speed run here by PV SAGE on that A control point. Very terrible decision making here from Corbin, because he could have just completed the first segment. Instead, he hurriedly rushes into the hotel, expends his life, and loses that first segment. But thankfully, Hera and Justin, they hop on right back in and complete it for the squad. Hera's going to continue picking away at this A control point, whilst Marco goes out for the overextension and the distraction. And it looks like he might just be able to get blown apart, even though he was holding on to a fantastic KRF. The aim wasn't too fancy. He was getting a couple of hit marks there, and Corbin continues to blaze them down with the SMG.
Yeah, and this might be a chance for PV SAGE right now, but they are letting go. They just want to clear the area. Not quite sure what the entire plan is, but not so much of capture being done. And the focus, this is where the focus really matters, because despite of having a few spawning to one side, you still need to put your effort onto those captures so that you'll be able to take more advantage as well as have more time in this game.
Yeah, Corbin and Chicken, they've been doing a lot. Hera has been holding the prime positions, especially on top of Granny's roof there. And that power position just gives him a little bit of an elevation of attack for that A control point, with which they have managed to sneak away with now PV SAGE. With 7 lives left, LVX now on the defense of their lives. Yams overextending, Switchblade in hand though, will be able to shut down the players one after the other as he finds Granny's nest as well. But from the back, Chicken trades him out. 5 more lives as Marco tries to go in for the spawn trap, which I don't think he should. His game with the KRM is not perfect today.
Yeah, it's not perfect, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done, or probably a few of relaxation that needs to be done by him. But 3-on-3 right now with the help of Light and Yams. Let's see if that will pull through. 50 seconds remaining on the clock, and not so much of capture being done on that Bravo. Hera is just laying back together with the Chicken, probably laying a few of those eggs, and let's see if they'll be able to throw that in the faces of LVX.
PV SAGE needs to play this slowly. Freddy gets brought out, but smart defense by LVX. Everybody holds on to a building for themselves. Freddy is absolutely wasted. Player number 3 is rotating all around, but not going towards that bakery backyard to cap the kill just yet. And they want to just play this as a team deathmatch. Yams gets caught out, and he still turns on Justin. It's a 1v2. Yams finishes it off. PV SAGE, what a waste. They could have capped that B flag. They could have just hopped onto the hill. They had the numbers. They had the time on their side. Yes, they slowed it down. Yes, they wanted to play for trades a little bit, but when there's an opportunity, you have to take full advantage. But instead, they went hunting for hits.
Yeah, they went in for one of the conditions, turning it to a TDM, but it wasn't to their favor. And as you can see right now, PV SAGE wants to go for that elimination run once again. And even if they are defenders, they want to get all those heads. Probably a few more than a Chicken in here, but the Yams goes in for Mako, and the rush is on, goes in for a double. Now with 25 and 24, the first 6 almost captured. This might be a chance for them, but it has been denied.
I love the idea of LVX sending 2 players to the gas station, but the execution-wise, I don't really like it. Mainly because the 2 objective players were on point first before the players who were overextending got to their spots, and that puts them at a little bit of a disadvantage. But life-wise, they are in front, so not much has been lost. But look at this, overextending LVX once again heads on into the spawn of PV SAGE to spawn cap them, and I don't really think this is a fantastic idea. Yams to the annihilator, 4 shots in, and Chicken punishes him as he overextends. 4 lives differential as LVX finally caps the second segment of A.
Yeah, second segment and going into third. Bravo also in there trying to be defended, but no one is rushing in just yet. It's just this time that a few more of the players from LVX will be moving in, and with the takedown being done, the capture first stick is being applied, but Hera with a claw not doing so much. And finally, Mako goes in to play on a few HP though, backing up just to make him save with a 2 life differential. That is one thing to be put in mind, because there's plenty of time though, but time is probably will be running out if this continues on. Good cover for that Bravo by PV SAGE, and not so much approach being done by LVK.
Big kills by QWERTY. Light is already on the full rotation, but he gets punished halfway through. Chicken gets a double for himself. 1 life differential, but 1 minute to work with. LVX does not need to rush. They can slow the pace down here. 4 players all spawning out of that private backyard as they go in for a slow push. They don't want to be stacking up in a situation like this. 1 good grenade can quickly do them in. QWERTY has been punished as Yam gets a god sticky onto Hera. Back and forth, but 1 life differential. LVX down by 1 life. No more respawn for them. 3 players with a long rotation around the convenience store towards gas station. Can they pull this off as 1 more is taken by Choke to equalize the lives?
Yeah, 4-4 right now on the lives. Let's see if they will be able to take this advantage. QWERTY right now just hanging back and don't want to show that much. Bravo is being protected there, but Light for the backstab in there, and the rush might be on. This is a trigger where they will go for revolution, but there's not so much of an opening. 14 seconds remaining, and Joke right now tries to rush in, but he has been taken down by Mako. 1, 2, 3. LVX takes that one once again.
My God, a overextending PV SAGE gets punished. They should have just played pure defense, but instead they wanted to go out there. They wanted to push the boundaries. They even wanted to spawn trap from the very early moments of the game. And this is all being played off of a underperforming Flacco with only 5 eliminations through 2 rounds. So that is absolutely insane. Just 4 players carrying LVX through round wins.
Yeah, and I guess this is security that they want to do right now. They're pulling out all those operators just to make sure that they can take down the lives of PV SAGE. Flacco,
That's it.
Trying to go in, and the trap is being triggered right now. Will they be able to pull it through? Good position by Yams right now, second floor, but not so much of effort being done. Light right now, going for the damage. Good backup for him as he slides in. Another one will be taken down. Light right now will be the guy who still be the MVP if in case they will not be overtaken. But the one guy was able to push through, and that is Corbin, but he has been taken down.
Joku does want to sneak away that MVP from Light as well, but Light is going to make quick work of this. QWERTY catching up with the eliminations as we speak about who's going to pick up this MVP. Here come the operator now. Marco trying to save the game for the rest of the players, but 14 seconds to go. Can they pause the clock? They hop onto the hill for a mere second, and 5 lives left for PV SAGE. LVX showing them how to play aggressive. This is a masterclass that PV SAGE needs to learn from. 1 more second, and it's all over. LVX is gonna 3-0. PV SAGE not just in control, but the whole series.
The whole series indeed. And well, it's a shed of light that we have seen LVX in there. Got there first. Are a control win despite of what we've seen earlier. But again, we cannot blame them. It's 4 suits, or 2 of the teams of 4 suits where we're in the tactics might be traded, but this might be a good opportunity for them to work on it more. They will have a motivation when it comes to control and in the upcoming matches that they have. But the winners, LVX, these are the guys who went for the early donut for today.
And it's unfortunate because we saw a lot of fight from PV SAGE. They unfortunately could not keep up with LVX. And this was an assessment that we had already came to a conclusion earlier on within the day, just purely based on numbers, purely based on the previous matches that they have kind of taken, mainly using 4 Suits Esports as a good benchmark, since both PV SAGE and LVX have already completed the matches against them, and it looks like the data checks out. LVX with a walkover victory on PV SAGE, although PV SAGE did give me hope in that hardpoint matchup when we were going back and forth. Even the gods of RNG wanted PV SAGE to win.
Yeah, I mean, well, despite of what the gods has to say, if you really want to take over, you can go and fight for what you want to achieve, and that is what LVX did. They got that 3-0, but PV SAGE cannot put them down just yet. As you mentioned, they brought in a good fight. There's just a few of those adjustments and mistakes that need to be corrected in this game, especially in this last match wherein there's a lot of opportunity for them. They could have taken at least one of the game in control, but now they have 0. So it is what it is. 3-0. LVX takes a win for 3-0 for the series.
I mean, at the hard point, we did see some signs of life from PV SAGE. S&D was a no-show, and that was mainly because they were being outplayed by Joke and the Snipes. I mean, Flacco, QWERTY, you did also see Light kind of really rotating around the map, getting very aggressive with all of his gunfights with that switchblade. There was just no stopping them, and the pace just did not drop. In Control, on the other hand, at the very least, 1 or 2 rounds should have gone to the side of PV SAGE. They got close multiple times, Neptune, but it was just those fine decision-making from the team that just did not connect all together for me.
Exactly. I mean, the chance to go for the capture, but still manages to try and go for elimination. That's a 1. And, well, there's a lot more, but I guess it's more of what they could have seen in game and what they can see on the replay might change their mind later on. There's a
Yeah.
lot of winning conditions, especially in the control mode. And if you're only focused on one or two, then you're left out with a team who have considered a lot of those angles. If you're in attack, then you go for a different set of winning condition. If you're in the defense, another set. So LVK is looking to be a team who is primed to go against some of the big dogs in this group. But let's check out the highlights from this game. A recap of SAGE just was able to take
And of
two
course,
down.
that hardpoint
Live in
matchup
here,
is
trying to
not
take
going to be shown because it's just heartbreaking if you're a PV SAGE fan. SND started off pretty much one-sided, LVX running into a 4-round in a row and PV SAGE making it back 2 rounds, but that was all the fight we were going to see out of them, because after those 2 rounds were sneaked away by PV SAGE, LVX just said enough is enough. They ran away with 3 more. Joke was a fantastic clutch player, and this was that one moment, right? If Chicken had just had a different ideation, if he had just played time a little bit better, it could have just been, not could have, it would have been on the side of PV SAGE. And for all you know, they could have just snowballed by breaking the confidence of LVX. And there were a couple of times, a couple of rounds here as well, where PV SAGE could have walked away with a victory. So gunfights, yes, they kind of tether off a little bit, but the strategy is not as sound as we expected it to be. Yes, they might have the backing of Alea, but I guess they don't listen to instructions like the players of West Point Mamba Low Kings do. Either way, they haven't had a lot of time in terms of pro experience, so they still can catch up in later seasons. This might just be the first few times we see them come out here and try their best, but we need to see a lot of improvements as well.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of improvements. And as what we ask for, like it's either match after match, series after series, day after day, and season after season. If you can go through all that, improving yourself every time, then you might be the next ones that we will be highlighted pretty much similar to what we've done on West Point Mambolo Kings, because that's what they're doing. Like with the leadership, with the guidance of Alea, that might be where they were heading, but not this time. As MVP of the game, we were talking about the guy who shed light on the team of LVX, 25.33 on average kill and 1.32 on the KDA. But one thing I would say, despite of what he done on the elimination, he did well on the assist as well for the other teams to really pop off on some of the matches.
Light is also the secondary objective player when it comes to those hardpoint matches. And yes, Vlaco walks away with an average of 2 minutes 24 seconds on the hill, but Light is right there behind him with an average of 1 minute 57 seconds. This guy is always present, always slaying, always roaming in those S&Ds as well as control. But when it comes to hardpoint, you can't expect him on the hill, and you very rarely get past him and his SMG. Well-deserved MVP title picked up by Light. He surely put out a lot of effort out there and was a huge proponent for this victory over the one and only PV SAGE, which we did expect to kind of keep things close, but it wasn't close in that S&D at all. Unfortunately, although it was close in control, the scoreline does not speak to that.
Yeah, the scoreline really doesn't speak and doesn't resonate as what we expected. But again, this is getting me worried because at the moment when we started this match this day, we were expecting statistically we are seeing the numbers on the number of wins and the losses that they have. It's quite fair. But with this first instance, it's looking like it might be the same for the next matchup that we have, because historically we have SKADI, who been doing great, especially for previous season. Four Suits right now are the teams who are just rising up on all these matches, and they have a chance. SKADI just had a little bit of lead on them, but after this matchup we are looking at numbers, it might be one-sided once again. Hopefully it's not, though.
I don't think so, my friend. I don't think this next series is going to be close. I think 4 Suits Esports is going to give SKADI a run for their money. There might be a 2-1 scoreline here. I do not know which way it's going to go. If you force me to make a prediction, I might say 4 Suits Esports might be able to shock SKADI in this next series. but I'm expecting it to be a very close matchup because you're looking at the likes of Omo, Josh, Aski on the side of Four Suits Esports. These are, I mean, Omo, aside, Aski, OG, you know what he's capable of. You throw him into an SND, he can most definitely deal with SKADI. But we've got a interview segment before we get to the second series, gentlemen, with the winners of series number 1. Let's see exactly who we've got from LVX. Welcome, Joke. Joke? Oh, he's gonna ignore me, man.
He's playing it.
I can't really hear.
Hi, Joke.
I can't hear anything.
You can't hear me. You gotta put on your earphones, Pusangala. He's just putting on. He's just putting on the earphones.
He heard you though.
Yeah,
despite of that.
It's like, wait a minute.
I can't hear anything.
Okay, we'll give him a second. Hey, Joe, can you hear me, bro? Joke, it's okay. Just Joke is pulling a Cisco on us right now.
Yeah. Not for sure if we can hear him as well. So...
And I think we've lost the feed because the guy's lagging. I just see his left eye. He's gonna pull a shoving gun on me.
Let's see.
This is a joke, right?
It started as a joke. Let's see.
It's a joke. He disconnected from the VMix call. He pulled a joke on us, man.
Well, it is joke though. No question that he might be able to do that. Best timing for him though to do that as well.
It's okay. They got the win. I'm very happy for their win. It was a well-fought victory. PV SAGE did give them a run for their money in that hardpoint matchup. Even the gods of RNG threw a free spawn for PV SAGE, which LVX had to kind of fight and rip away all of those extra points away from. So, well-deserved victory in all 3 of the games. I think they really stood apart against PV SAGE in that matchup. So, even if Joke did not get to speak to us, I am pretty sure we're going to have another opportunity because that does not seem to be the final victory for LVX. We can expect more from them. LVX will be looking to take on teams like SKADI and all later on, but let's get the conversation over to the next series once we I was thinking we're going to throw it to a break, but not yet though, Neptune. So let's talk a little bit about series number 2. SKADI versus Four Suits Esports. Four Suits doing really well. Out of 6 games, they've already managed to win 5 out of 2 series. That is 2 series wins. The only map that they dropped was against LVX, and that was that SND that we were talking about earlier, 7-4.
Yep, 7-4 against LVX. And Four Suits, I guess they can make an adjustment because against PV SAGE, they had 7-0. But based on the numbers, like plus and minus, they have a better chance in here against SKAD. Well, let me take that back. Against SKADI, who was able to go 7-4 and 7-0 against SAVAGE HUNTSMEN, as well as SPENDERs, is looking to probably put this in the bag unless there will be a few of the changes. But I guess there are no more interview that will be followed through for Joke at this point. We are going to go for a quick break. When we come back, the battle of SKADI and Four Suits Esports will be here.
SKADI take. Gentleman Garcia, and it is day number 5 of Garena Masters Season 5. All in all, this is the 3rd day of play for Group A. Each group will have 7 days of play altogether. We've got a long way to go, Neptune.
Yeah, long way, long travel, a lot of words being thrown, a lot of breath being out, but looking forward to more of adjustment being shown by the teams, because despite of how it ended with some of the groups, and I'm pretty sure they don't like that, especially if they are being served a donut, there's plenty of time for them to turn this around to their favor. A lot of teams has already been in there showing all the strats that they have. They just need to go for counter strats and also improve on themselves, similar to what we seen earlier. Decision making is a must to be worked on by most of the team.
I mean, no doubt at all, right? And SKADI thus far, they may have a clean sheet. They may have 2 series wins. They may have no maps dropped whatsoever. But we also have to acknowledge that they took on 2 Malaysian teams, right? They took on Spender, which was an accidental team in Garena Masters Season 5 that qualified from Malaysia. And we have SAVAGE HUNTSMEN, a team that has re-rostered so many times that, yeah, sometimes you really need to wonder and scratch your head like, who's on the squad this time around? I mean, literally, like every single tournament we've had, Huntsman has had a brand new roster. I love the team. It's a team that represents the Malaysian pride, but there's nothing much to be proud of in the recent times, because SAVAGE HUNTSMEN haven't just been able to go all the way. Hopefully with this new roster, though, we see something different from them. But they were no match for SKADI whatsoever. It was a walkover victory in that hardpoint matchup, SND as well as Control. Taking on 4 Suits Esports, who have had, well, 1 clean sheet as well as another match where they did drop 1 map. But their matches were considerably more difficult than the one SKADI has had thus far. They have had 2 Filipino opponents, 1 LVX, 1 PV SAGE, both of whom they have beaten, and not very convincing manner. But we also have to see the opponents that SKADI took. It's really not scaling up. So this could be a 50-50, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would agree. It's not an apple-to-apple comparison at this point because of the opponents that they have. So I guess we'll have to see if there will be anything that would break the streak of SKADI at this point, or if Forsuits Esports really wants to get ahead in terms of their standings in this group, because again, it's the top 4 for each group that will be heading into the playoffs. Though with the record that they have, I think they already have a clear shot. They just need to concrete it with their battle against SKADI.
Absolutely, man. So let's see exactly who's going to be walking away the victors. But the schedule for the day, once again, a refresher: LVX just beat down PV SAGE 3-0 after a close hardpoint matchup. LVX just ran away from them in that S&D as well as Control. This next series is series number 2. Forsuits Esports takes on SKADI. This you can expect to be a close matchup, so I would not go anywhere if I were you. If you haven't grabbed your snacks just yet, if you didn't go pee-pee, now's the time to do it, bro, because this match gonna be hot. Series number 3 and 4. Later on, we've got 4S KINCAID taking on SAVAGE HUNTSMEN, and to wrap up the day, a potential nuke might just await us. ZHIG meets Spender.
Yeah, looking forward to that nuke. If it does happen, the Spenders might be worn and stretched later on. We'll have to see on what will be done, but that will be later on, by the end of this day. But Forsuits Esports, SKADI, again, as AJ mentioned, you can do it now. You have a few more time to spare, because there's a lot more that we will be seeing on the screens before the match start. And one of those would be the maps and mode where they will be playing from. Now, in terms of that, we have seen a lot of changes, especially from what we've seen of LVX and PV SAGE on which map they started off with that hard point. So let's see if there will be any changes. One thing I would say is Hacienda has been a favorite in this hard point match, but those twist of fate changes that can be made wherein it might be balanced for both teams might really brought in the fairness in the battle that we are about to face.
Let's see exactly where we get dragged into. Chari, Ainski, Josh, Omo, Baki, as well as Bins. They step up for Forsuits Esports. And if you are looking for an objective player, if you're looking for a slayer, Omo is your boy. Omo is the guy that's going to get everything down out there. But if you're looking for an absolute terminator in this squad, it has to be Bins with the 29 average eliminations for the squad out there on the battlefield at the moment. The only problem with Bins thus far that we have seen in the past 2 matches, Neptune, is the number of deaths that he brings onto the table is a tad bit too many. That's really bringing his overall score down. But if this was Control, you know Bins is going to be a little bit of a risk. But also, if he hides himself well, if he plays those power positions, and if he's able to spot the opponents before, of course, SKADI sees him, Forsuits Esports might just walk away with a double match victory here.
Yeah, roaming around and trying to find all those elimination is a good thing, but you need to survive, especially if you're planning to streak out and provide a lot more of damage, and that is what Vince has to do. Love that we are seeing a little bit of Cherry ears, but not from Cherry, because I miss Cherry ears from when we met, when we saw him in the name of Forsuits King. So let's see if the Forsuits Kings and now Forsuits Esports will be showing up in this game, showing a great fight against a team who has done so much for the past days and the past season as well in the name of SKADI. Again, it's Forsuits Esports rather, that had a great potential shown already in this game. They will be facing against Cisco and the gang, which is lineup of SKADI being shown right now.
Let's take a look at the lineup of their opponents as well. It's gonna be Team Rice Boy, Freezy, Tokyo, Chroma, Mince, Mark, as well as the man that loves showing his eyes as well as his rise.
Eyes on the prize or eyes on the rise? That is a question for
the
Cisco.
Rice is the prize.
So it's a win-win for him. But right now,
no, dude,
like he has.
Neptune, I think you will resonate with me on this. The child is eating all that rice now. Once he passes the mark of 30, he's going to chuck that out. He's going to tell you carbs is bad for health.
I guess everyone does. I mean, that is a common comment for those who have been doing that. Well, at least if you put in a lot of exercise and a lot of good things put in your body, you might not have all those commentary later on. But as you can see, we have the full squad on our screen right now. Though Chroma, well, this is off Chroma. It's on black though, so that might be the reason, AJ.
I think one fundamental mistake, no, sorry, not mistake. One fundamental change that SKADI has brought into the team this time around is Cisco is so much better. Chroma's appearing like some villain in one of my nightmares, bro. I just saw his teeth. Is this like Alice in the Wonderland? Is that the cat? Okay, so what I was saying was Cisco has been the difference maker. His gameplay has improved so much. And on top of that, he's actually the objective player for SKADI. And he's actually having a lot of time on the hill, right? He has the most time on the hill for Hardpoint thus far for SKADI. I want to see if that changes today. I want to see if or not Forsuits Esports can punish Cisco enough to make him, just kind of a little bit scared to hop onto the hill, and perhaps everybody else gets a chance as well. Because once again, the 2 teams that SKADI took on were not really matching up when it came to the gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of them really adjusting to match up on the gunfights. But I would agree. I mean, if they take down Cisco, well, let's include Chroma as well in the mix. In that hard point, it might be difficult for them to really get all those points. But hard point right now, compared to what we mostly see, which is Hacienda, will be jumping into Summit. And for our search and destroy back to firing range, and the usual that we've seen in Control is raid. But for the Summit, this is a good chaining of hard points that can be brought in. I guess there's pretty much a similar approach that we've seen from the previous match, which is take up, wherein it's very near from the P1 to P2. You have to cross over a little bit for the P3 and then go across for that P4 as it resets. So more on the rotation as well as the spawn control that will be utilized in this map.
Yeah, big brain play here for SKADI on the map bans. They take Hacienda out of the equation. Four Suits Esports have managed to walk away with 2 Hacienda victories on Hardpoint thus far. And we saw LVX really get close, but not close enough to Four Suits Esports. So SKADI just does not want to meet the team of Four Suits Esports on their best map. And I think that was a fantastic decision made. Although SKADI does know how to play Hacienda, they might have seen exactly what Four Suits has been able to do to the other teams. But let's see if or not Summit is going to be a place where Four Suits Esports can't do the exact same thing, because I think Four Suits have been very tight on their rotations. They know the map really well. They take clear understanding as well as mastery of that spawn management, which has been a key point thus far for Four Suits Esports. SKADI, we've not seen them take on anyone their size in the competition thus far, but that in no way means that SKADI is a worse off team in comparison to Four Suits Esports. In fact, it was SKADI that kicked Four Suits Esports into the lower bracket when they took them on in the previous Garena Masters. That is, of course, a different roster, but brand-wise, there's a little bit of a revenge here on the plates. And yesterday's revenge turned out good, my friend.
Well, let's see if that will be something that we're going to see right now. But despite of the roster change, the leadership is still the same. So I guess it might be the same result at this point. But again, it's either way, still 50-50, regardless of what happened in the previous season. It all assumptions need to be thrown out, but we do have the numbers just in case, like, you want to see which it will be tipping to one side. But I guess we're ready to go into the game right now, AJ. This is match number 1 between SKADI and Four Suits Esports. We have Hardpoint and Summit.
Let's see exactly who finds the dominant start in the very first Hardpoint control room, and it seems to be a pretty much equal fight at the very start as Four Suits Esports gets a majority of eliminations. ASKI hitting his double as well, almost controls the Hardpoint. Outside, SKADI starts off with their eliminations as well as Tokyo finds a quick one. Over will be taken out of the equation as he slides on in, but Chari protects the hill. Chroma from the back will be helped out by Freezy as SKADI finds the first break on P1.
Yep, and on the kill feed, we've seen a lot of exchange, but in terms of points, is the only instance that SKADI will be taking the range. Already taking the lead and was able to maintain it this time with 20 seconds remaining. And I guess with the position that they have as well, the backup that they have spared, they will be able to do so. But who's coming in and knocking on their door? Oh, they have been taken down. And who, the continuing on of SKADI, take over even for the scrap points.
Yeah, great shutdown and a great defense, or a better defense, I have to say, out of SKADI. But as we rotate into P2, Four Suits Esports, they've got the favorable spawns, even though there was no anchor down there. I was talking about the anchor, but straight on hops on in Chroma, trying to take them out of the equation. They're attacking from both angles, overextending out towards the direct road, and then shutting them down from the back as well. Not worrying about the spawn, but Four Suits Esports has the favorable spawn, so that tactic is just not going to hold on for very long. SKADI needs to rotate a little bit further out. Mid trying to do exactly the same plan that they executed earlier, but holding on to the control room this time round. Baki, just on his right-hand side, can spot the gun and shots as well. Let's see if he takes this backstab. Backstab does not work out, and SKADI continues to move on. Play number 2, also trying to move into P3 already. With 20 seconds to go. That's a little early.
Yeah, that's a little early, and that could have been happening on the 10-second or lower. But I love earlier how Freezy just waited for the rest of the team of SKADI before he rushed through to that platform. Thus, they were able to take over. The scrap point now being left for Four Suits Esports. Good position, though, being taken by SKADI with a 3-man already onto the base. The anchor being held right now for the spawns, and the approach of Four Suits Esports on only one side, or I would say from 2 of the 3 openings that they have. All tilties being used, especially from Tokyo, might stop them on their heels.
Yeah, I mean, early or not, that was a fantastic rotation, and mids until now is still holding on to the spawn for Team SKADI. That's going to be their backbone for this Money Hill P3 on this cable car platform. Serves them up really well. Four Suits just attacking from one spot, and they're going to be put down instantly. Mids attacking with the War Machine as well. Sneaks onto the right, finds no player. Should have just waited and uses the angle from the right to hit a double. Big kills from Mids and his War Machine.
Like the IQ gameplay in there, despite of not seeing anyone left from their anchor spawn. They were able to see that angle to take down 2, if not 3, of the players of 4Suits. 107 to 25. 4Suits being left in the dust right now. A rotation being done by 4Suits Esports. Will they be able to hold it? But no! Mids just pulled out their Pretty, takes one down.
112 to 25. 4Suits Esports thought they were on a fantastic start, but now they are on the back foot. They do have got the spawn for the guerrilla base, but they need to hold on to it with their dear lives. Chari with the SMG hops on off of the spawn. The guy's not anchoring it down. This is the opening for SKADI. SKADI with the pincer maneuver, attacking from both angles. The container area as well as the cable car ends. They fail at one, they will not fail at the other. But Chari and the Hunter Killer drone takes Tokyo off of the hill, and that stops the bleeding instantly. Cisco's going to be hopping onto the hill alongside Chroma. Sets down the players from the side of Cable Car Edge as well. Cisco single-handedly is going to be making quick work of 4Suits Esports, and SKADI continues to drop on 4Suits.
Good hold on the back end, but not so much in the front. A lot of combination being done against SKADI as 4Suits is trying to rush in. There goes 2. Josh in, cleans up, and they now takes over, but trap points only remaining. But Josh will be taken down with the trade-off, and we are about to get on the P1 where SKADI is, and now taking a raid onto the points, but with the rotation being done, all of them rushing in onto this side. Oh, Chari for the backstab, but that will not end that well.
Scrap points once again for 4Suits Esports as we get that reset on the hard points. We move back into P1. Let's see if 4Suits can catch right back up. This is not a failed game just yet. The team of SKADI is not even at 150 points mark, but as I say that, they are reaching for exactly that. 3 players playing the objective, holding multiple angles within the control room at the lower floor, and they will use that to continue to dominate 4Suits Esports. 30 seconds to go, but it looks like 4Suits can barely get into their gunfight.
Yeah, gunfights indeed are being lost by 4Suits. They are being flushed, and I would say royal flush ending by SKADI as a 1 by 1. They are being taken out crazy right now for the backstab. Double on that KRM. Let's see if they will go for the third, but right now he's at a 3 streak already. Cisco, on the other hand, goes in on the second floor, trying to clear this up so that they can prepare for the second hard point. And there's a rotation, and they have it all. It starts off in 5 seconds. Who will be able to rush through from the 4Suits Esports?
100 points lead that SKADI has over 4Suits. 4Suits with the advantage in terms of spawn at the Green Radar station. Spawning off from the left-hand side of the map. They've got a split spawn out of nowhere. 4Suits holding the 2 favorite spawns. They're forcing SKADI to spawn from the opposite side of the map. This is big brain play, but can their gunfights continue to pull this off? They did it once, but was that an accident or was that intentional? Now that the player has hopped on off of the right-hand side spawn, SKADI will obtain that for themselves, and 4Suits are going to be forced to the opposite side of the map. 4Suits, if they can attain yet another spawn management just like that, we might just see them catch up, but that's way too risky now.
Yeah, a lot risky indeed, but worth the final few seconds. They might be able to do it, but a few more for the side of SKADI doesn't want to give it up. They want to clear this up and reach that 200 so that they will be able to end this game by the next kill. Good positioning though being taken, being initiated by 4Suits Esports, but yes, positioning can be taken, but the hold is not that prime for them. Freezy and Cisco just waiting for the opportunity, and opportunity indeed they have taken as they go in for the rush. It opens up and still on the side of SKADI.
Great early rotation, great angles held by 4Suits Esports, but terrible when it came to the gunfight. Instantly, 3 players got put down. SKADI is now the king of P3. This is the money hill. This is where everything comes to an end if 4Suits does not find a break. Only 1 player with the operator, but can be traded out by Mids. Mids just forced to spawn from all the way behind on the right-hand side. That gives the opportunity to 4Suits because they very smartly sneaked away the spawn before attacking the angle at P3 in itself. 4Suits Esports now, they stack up the front door. 3 players on SKADI attacking them at the same time. Obo gets blasted to the next game. 13 seconds to go. 4Suits still holds it. SKADI says, I'll see you later. They rotate to P4.
This is where the early rotation really needs to happen, with only a few seconds remaining on the previous hard point, and this is a prime location for them as well. This guy in 2 with the mids holding the spot for them to spawn and needs to survive, otherwise it might be turned around against them. Ace does that for him. The follow-up will be done on Breezy. And will they be able to hold on this hill for the remaining 25 points that they need, as Omo is now rushing in towards them, but Mids with that war machine just cleans up, want to load them on and clear off the gardens in this hill.
The timing of the operator is absolutely perfect. Omo takes Tokyo out of the equation as he whips out his own operator. This war machine better do its work. SKADI gets 6 more points from closing this off, but the bleeding has been stopped. 3 more objective players on behalf of SKADI. Mids hops on in, but Ace's right there behind him. Everybody's scrapping for the kills, but Four Suits needs to take a loss when they know it is a loss. They're just putting up one crazy last fight for no reason whatsoever, because SKADI has done the majority of the work that they just could have no response to whatsoever at the start of the game. There was no way they were going to make that comeback, man. 4 points was just way too little.
Tough spot for side of Four Suits Esports, though they attempted for early rotations. The hole is not at prime, or probably SKADI just knows how to drill through all the control that can be done by Four Suits Esports. Freezy, Tokyo, Chroma, Mids, Mark, and Cisco right now, winners of the first match of this series of Hardpoint, and a lot more can be seen from this, guys, especially from what we've seen on that battle exchange of a gunfight, as well as their control of the spawns, despite of, again, this is another instance wherein it was favoring the opposing team, but SKADI make do with that.
Absolutely, man. I mean, SKADI didn't even bother going for the spawn management for a majority of those rotations. They were just winning out their gunfights. I think the first ever P3, we did see a super early rotation coming through from the side of SKADI, but after that they're like, we don't need to rush, we should be able to win out these gunfights. 250 to 119, but a majority of those victories came through the engagements on the battlefield. 4S could not stand up against SKADI at all. Tokyo soaking up 2 minutes and 9 seconds on the hill, followed by Chroma, actually led by Chroma with 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Cisco didn't really play the hill all that too much this time round, couldn't slay as much. He was being pressured, but the rest of the squad, they stepped it up. There was no difference in there whatsoever for SKADI.
Yeah, I love how Tokyo, most of the time that we've seen him, he goes in for a 2-for-1 trade-off, and that is where he really takes the lead in terms of grabbing hold of the hill, and Chroma getting his position, well as for every instance that they go for the rotation. But again, it's all the team effort that SKADI has brought in this fight, whether it's just for the eliminations or the objectives. They know what to do. Four Suits Kings Esports knows what to do, but against the force that they have against SKADI, like it's so much of a defense.
Mids walking away with a 2.6 KD in this game, 39 kills, 15 deaths. That is just absolutely insane. The least number of deaths throughout the whole lobby, and that combined with the number of eliminations, the guy obviously not playing the objective, just positioned as the slayer for the squad, and he did his job well. As we head on into firing range, we have now seen exactly what the straightforward gunfights in a fast-paced match can do. But when you slow things down, the question is, can ASKI sort out Cisco and gang?
Yeah, that's one thing that they need to find out, because if in case you are losing the gunfight on a fast pace search and destroy, you need to pull back a little bit, wait for that opportunity, and one elimination, one first blood, the first blood might not be that trigger to go for the rush. They might need to go for a double so that it will be like setting off the timing of the opposing team. So let's see if that will be the case this time. Another firing range for this match, AJ. And well, there's a lot that we can talk about when it comes to this map, but with what we for the hard point elimination wise, I guess there's a better chance that we can see it for the side of SKADI.
Yes, but I think when you slow the pace down, the team of Four Suits Esports will have the exact same opportunity. It's just, I do not happen to remember who's on the attack. Do you remember, Neptune?
Not really.
Okay, I have to check my sheet then. I've got the notes down here, but I closed the sheet, and now for some reason my Excel sheet just will not cooperate with me. So never mind. It is going to be to the advantage of 4Suits Esports if they are on the attack and they can slow the pace down. Play for trades first. In fact, don't play for trade, just play for frags. If they can walk away with a couple of frags in the early game, get that first blood, convert it over to a few round victories, they should be able to nerf the speed of SKADI and then really be able to overtake them maybe in control later on. That is hypothetical. Let's see if they can convert that into an actual play.
Yeah, actual play, and attackers will be 4Suits as they go in for the rush on that Bravo. Slays already being done from both sides in a trade-off. Let's see if Josh, a rain of fire coming from them. Not so much of a defense can be done, but no damage just yet. This guy on 4 for side Cisco is trying to go for the big knees. Hits one, but only on a hit mark, AJ.
Oh, that's crazy, man. I mean, the speed of rotation from SKADI, there's no way they did not plan that. And you got to respect the communication on the side of SKADI. The moment Chroma got taken down, he screamed at them, "You're rushing me!" And everybody came flooding in. And 4Suits still have not pulled the plan off just yet. And look at the utility usage here by SKADI just to slow the pace of attack down for 4Suits. As 4Suits Ace finds Tokyo, Freezy trades him out, gets a double, and that brings the round to an end. SKADI, what a defense.
Speed versus speed. That is what they are trying to prove right now, despite of how fast 4Suits was able to navigate their way onto that Bravo. The response, the speed of response coming from SKADI really made them defend on that point. Let's see if that will be done as everyone's rushing in. Chari goes in for a double.
Chari getting the double will give them the advantage, but Mark quickly puts him out of the equation, so no more threat of that Chari. Mark, quick flick does not connect, but the grenade might just find someone. Concussed sent on in. Timing is going to be perfect here for the follow-up for player number 1. Chroma with the CBR4. Tries a couple of sprays. Doesn't connect. Mark already in position. And no trades back and forth, but Mark does shut down Baki. And Chroma just needs to get the guy from the white warehouse out of the equation. Omo already on standby. Chroma is going to continue to overextend the bomb on the ground. And Josh just can't do much.
Yeah, not so much as you can do against 3 opponents, especially as you don't have a good position. Mark right now just waiting for that peak. Another one on the other side, but Cisco has been brought down, and it's just a split that couldn't be done by SKADI, and Chroma hits him to it. 2-0 for this game.
Great start by Chari, but the moment he got taken out of the equation, the pace instantly slowed down. And once again, the lethal and utility combo from SKADI just to slow the pace down of 4Suits Esports is exemplary. I wish more teams played like this.
Yeah, as we mentioned, it's not just the movement that can be done to slow the pace of the game. Oh my goodness, that jump! Josh just takes down Cisco. An electrifying shot coming from him.
Pity Cisco, man. I mean, he just did not find the connection on the jump. Josh was halfway through the prone, and he just clicked a little bit faster. Cisco was in the perfect spot, but he became the victim instead. Chari with the bomb. Slow rotation towards that A bomb side. The rest of the players hanging back. That's not the kind of formation you want to be leading with. Josh with the grenade. If he finds a solid connection, this could be a game changer. But 2 players on the side of SKADI already stacking this white warehouse. They should be able to prevent anything, but Josh shuts down Freezy. White warehouse opened up, but Tokyo still gets the damage. Mark connects with Chari. Ace-Key trading out Tokyo. Back and forth we go.
Back and forth indeed, and let's see who's taking the lead as they are now on a 2v3. The bomb is still in the hand of the team in yellow. Ace-Key, Baki was able to take down Mark in the process. Chroma takes one down. Oh my goodness, double for Chroma. Brought in on a 1v1. Baki right now being brought into the ring, and let's see if he'll be able to punch and kick his way through.
Chroma just needs to hold this now. He's got this game against this sniper, and I believe the timing's just not gonna be fine for both of them. Call of Duty Mobile timing, and Chroma just a tad bit faster, gets the clutch, and SKADI 3-0, baby.
3-0 with a 3K from Chroma, and that's one reason why he's in the dark right now, because he don't want to be seen and he wants to go for that backstab. And let's see if this continues on. Defenders though is still beside of SKADI, and they are the ones dictating the pace for four suits, and no one being taken out just yet. But with Cisco a little bit too deep, this might be a chance for him to go for that peak, but no one is showing their faces just yet. They want to fall, don't want to fall for the same as what we've seen from Cisco. No more peeking and jumping. It's more of his opportunity this time if anyone shows up.
Cisco repositions well this time around, holding on to the bottom side of this auto repair. And that position's just gonna keep his opponents guessing for a tad bit. An overextension by Freezy, and he catches a free one. Omo goes down. They do get him back with a flash, but that's not gonna force him away from the position at all. He recovers inside the white warehouse and is ready for another attack.
When you're going in for a pro tactic, trying to crawl yourself in, you need a little bit of backup. But I guess backup just turned away, and let's see if they'll be able to trade that through. Mark right now doesn't want to give it for them. It's a 1v2, and Mark is just struggling to make that hit. But Cisco, no struggle from him. Baki has been taken down. It's now a 2v5.
Yep, 2v5 is going to be an uphill battle for the players of four suits. Make that a 1v5 and a 1v. Absolutely everybody that can slay him. 4-0. The players of SKADI are proving that four suits is just no match for their dominance.
Yeah, dominance indeed. I mean, that is very close to a win right now, but we'll see if this will change later on once the side has switched. Cisco is still trying to go into the peak, but no initiation just yet. As we can see, Chroma just rushing through from the other side. Will they be able to go in for that pinch? Bravo almost being taken, but with the two taken down already for the side of four suits esports, there is none that they can move from. Josh for the backstab against Tokyo, and let's see if it can follow it through. It's now a 3v3 and 3v2. SKADI is now left in here with only two of their players. Almo might be able to take this one. Freezing him up, but he has getting back the bullets of Chari. Cisco on a 1v2. Great turnaround being done by four suits esports.
1v2, Cisco's time to shine. Will Rice Boy get the clutch, or will he absolutely choke this round out and give four suits the very first round? Omo gets a peek. Cisco's quick scope does not connect. Omo comes back for the reconnect and finds it. Cisco goes down. 1 round for four suits.
1 round out of 5, and four suits is on the attacker side still. Later on it will be switching, so if this is the pace that four suits esports will be taken, it will be broken later on once they are on the defense. Let's see if Baki will be able to go in and throw one down. The Crazy takes down Omo in the process.
It's a back and forth thus far. 1 trade, but Ace-Key all tagged up, cannot re-engage just yet. Baki, very daring move. He gets tagged up, and Chroma, Tokyo both step it up. Baki was just a little bit overextending, and he was punished exactly for that. Chari on the prone and gets wall back through by Tokyo, leaving Ace-Key all alone in a 1v4.
Ace-Key right now just receiving a lot of damage.
Wow.
There's no moving up, because before you reach the second floor, you're already hitting the deck. 5-1 on the score. Very close to that match point, favoring SKADI, and we have now switched places.
I mean, clearly the communication from SKADI here is absolutely sharp, because Tokyo is just beaming and spamming down these spots that he's got no vision of whatsoever. Instantly, the moment he gets that information, that you gotta respect. The players from the side of SKADI once again with a dominant round, but Josh finds Mark and his back. Can he find another for himself through the barracks? Won't be able to find a little bit of the connection, and it slides away. Cisco, the boss.
The boss indeed, who was able to survive that spray. But Josh is still on the battle, but Cisco pistols him down on a 1v1. We are left, and let's see who will be the one. Ace-Key right now creeping in, and Ace-Key misses that shot. Cisco right now just being him. He is too hot.
That is Cisco's best play thus far in Garena Masters. This guy has given us many fails, but finally one for the highlight reel.
Yeah, one for the highlight reel. When Dr. Sue's in that game, Cisco, please remember. See, the kill right now being taken down by Chari, and it is now a quick play being done by Four Suits at this point, and Chari right now is still in the roll. Let's see if Mark will be able to put him down on the floor.
Cisco looking for that MVP. Can he attain it for himself? As Mark tries the wall bang, almost shows up for a tad bit, but still blocked off by the Tins. Player positioned really well at the corner. House bomb on the ground. SKADI did not expect to pull off that boo-boo. Cisco, the guy aiming for the MVP, still alive and kicking. Mark just doesn't find the connection. No flanks from the right-hand side for SKADI.
Yeah, no flanks on the right-hand side. It's just buying time for them. It is a 3v3 though, quite balanced, but with that bomb not in their reach, it will be difficult for them, especially when the time dies down. So this is where the flank that we have been waiting for, it might have been anticipated already because there's no visual that's coming in from the other side, especially when Mark is trying to go in a peek in earlier from the left of our map. But Freezy has a good opportunity to go for the backstab, but Trigger Discipline for him will be able to make it do, but will be taken down, but Cisco goes through.
Cisco manages to find the connection. Mark, on the other hand, circles around. This should be a good wrap around for Team SKADI. I don't know if Four Suits is anticipating this flip of positions, and one quick one does put yet another player down on the ground. I don't know how that happened, but Mark and Cisco now have a 2v2.
2v2 indeed. Almo right now from afar or from above, and Chari follows it up. 6-2 right now. There's still hope and light being shed by Four Suits Esports. That would depend on what will be done by attackers, which is SKADI, because they are 1 point away and winning the series.
Absolutely, man. I mean, Cisco now on the 8 eliminations already, but Freezy gets a nade out of nowhere. Mob finds one as well. Chroma shuts down Omo. What a speed run. Gives Cisco the MVP. Come on, Cisco, take the final one. Hasky finds one for himself.
Oh!
They're going for the execution, and Tokyo finishes it off. Helps his brother. He's not going to allow the guy to get terminated that easily with a melee or whatsoever. Cisco doesn't hit the MVP, but hits the MVP in my heart for this match.
Yeah, I mean, especially the movement that he did in the previous round, or second to previous round that we've seen. And, well, it's a good run for SKADI and a speed run indeed. But there's a lot more that we've seen from Four Suits Esports that might have brought them a few more wins. But SKADI is a different type of monster in that game. And, well, it is what it is. We're now on a 2-0.
Oh, 2-0, and SKADI definitely deserves this victory. It has been a dominating run thus far. Of course, in that hardpoint matchup, one was expecting Four Suits Esports to put on a better fight after their showing against PV SAGE and LVX, but that was just not available. Early rotations did not help Four Suits Esports. Nothing helped them as SKADI just went ape on them, grabbing all of those eliminations, shutting them down round after round. In this S&D, the exact same thing happened. And the most impressive thing about this squad is the awakening of Cisco. This is what you gotta love, man. This guy got so much of hate in Garena Master Season 4. Everybody was making fun of him. He's a pro player for sure, but he makes a lot of content, and there was just a lot of shade being thrown towards him because he could not perform out there for all of them to entertain themselves with, right? But this SKADI for Season 5 is the brand new and improved all-out rice-blasting SKADI.
Yeah, and Cisco will be going, are you not entertained? Because of the performance that he has shown in here. But, well, we had a 2-match already favoring SKADI. We are being brought in to raid for that control, and it is not looking good though for Four Suits Esports. They've already, probably in a motivation standpoint, they've already lost 2 because they have good potential on hardpoint. We're in search and destroy, almost the same, but they were beat to it by SKADI in this control mode. We'll see if the motivation can still be recovered by the Four Suits Esports.
And I think this is a mistake from the Four Suits Esports side because they banned standoff for control. What they should have done was ban off raid. Raid has been the map where SKADI has been absolutely dominant against SAVAGE HUNTSMEN as well as Spender, but ban of standoff. And this has been a constant ban coming through from Four Suits Esports. They clearly do not like playing on standoff at all for control. And this is just not going to be great for them, right? Because they're going to beat SKADI when they are on their best performance within the series for a long time. On top of that, on their best control map.
Yeah, exactly. And well, one thing's for sure, probably the condition is because they don't want to be the ones on the receiving end of that spawn trap.
Yeah.
We've seen that so many times being pulled off
Yeah.
earlier. And if SKADI is the ones going against them, there's a huge potential that it will be done. So
Yeah.
on this raid, at least they have a better fighting chance. But I love the point as well because they haven't received any losses yet. I'm talking about SKADI
Yep.
on this map.
Let's see if or not there will be a shocker here, maybe a turnaround from Four Suits Esports, but it just didn't seem to be possible through those engagements that we did see for both of the both the games that these teams took on initially. 27-27, 3 lives each lost, and it is Four Suits Esports on the defense, but that A control point slowly being sneaked away. 4 objective players flooding the hill now, and Four Suits Esports are all over the map. They're nowhere close to saving this second segment. That's going to be sneaked away easy.
And good anticipation by the team of SKADI as to where they might be positioned because they already prepared in there and capturing, but they will be let off right here for a moment. But we have this guy in 3, Cisco right now, just getting on the spree and getting that capture on that alpha side.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 23 lives now for SKADI to play around with. They are on the attack, which means they are ruling this control matchup for sure. Tokyo's going to hit one down, Omo and Baki respond right back. They're all attacking just this one hill, but no, they're actually going for the spawn trap. Very cheeky of SKADI, not focusing on the objective at all, but meeting Four Suits Esports right at their spawn and shutting them down. Mid's actually doing a fantastic job at that.
Yeah, Mids right now is in there trying to go in for the attack for the defense on that Bravo, and well, it could have been good, but Tokyo Freezy combination really did a number. Tokyo right now still on the hunt and trying to get for the angle and goes in for a triple this time, makes that a quadruple before being taken down.
Yep, the first segment on this B control point. Cisco's going to be the one to secure it for the squad. The rest of them on that rotation to protect him as well. One comes through from the laundry side. It's going to be player number 3, Aski. As he finds the connection, B is taken away, and SKADI with a crazy speed run through this control.
Yeah, I mean, no one can slow down SKADI at this point. They, like from Search and Destroy earlier, it has been attempted, but SKADI just knows how to play the time to their favor. And what's more better, game mode, we're in control, where it's this time as well as elimination can be favoring you at this point. So SKADI has that advantage in this game. In terms of defense, they are doing well. 4 down already for the side of Four Suits Esports, but it's quite being balanced by the Four Suits and this game.
Let's see if or not Four Suits can continue this balance and more than that, sneak away these control points because they are on the attack, but they've barely scratched the surface at either one of these hills. Finally opening up the play here at A. Can they sneak this away? The players of SKADI just spawning right behind them at Garden, but they flood the kitchen first. 3 players attacking from the back, but a huge wraparound coming through from SKADI. I love this ideation. Open stairs, fight. Player number 3, Freezy wins out his initial gunfight, and the defense is a super sound one. SKADI clean house, putting a great example to Four Suits as to how to get it done.
Yeah, and done indeed. Sound and clean. That is what SKADI is doing right now, not letting any point being taken by Four Suits. So one managed to be pulled away, but not for long. But with this 1v2 that's happening on that alpha, let's see on what will be the response of SKADI in this game. Backup is in there, and I love the speed that's being done by SKADI every time a call is being done. done. But Omo not yet spotted, but will be shut down by Chroma, and the push is unsuccessful.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And for Suits Esports now a control point on the completion. Chroma slides on in, needs to see two sides, and he gets obliterated. But this has not been all lost for SKADI just yet. Yes, they are going all out on the defense, and they do manage to pause that A control from being taken away as quickly, but they do have the man advantage as well as yet another clean control point to manage over at B.
Chance for them to funnel everyone on that B, and with the position being taken by 1, 4, and 5, they will be able to do so. Now with this position as well as the live left for 4 suits, it's not looking good for them, but be a double already in the point for the side of SKADI. Cisco right now just dancing it through, and the elimination being done with the rest of the team. Only 1 remains against 13 lives, and has the SKADI has at this point. Baki, the guy, the strongest son, or the son of the strongest guy in the world, trying to run away from 5 opponents from the money room, not doing well. He has been brought into Tokyo where he belongs.
Easy peasy, SKADI squeezy, 2-0 on for the final round, and SKADI is on attack once again, baby. They have proved it against SAVAGE HUNTSMEN. Even on the attack, Tokyo was the monster there, hitting a 2.3 KD, and it looks like he's fine on the way to do exactly that. 20 kills. He's the only one with double digits out there.
Double digits and double trouble coming from Tokyo. He has been taken down though by Aski, but he will be back in here a little bit stronger. Baki right now trying to put in a little bit of revenge out of that statue. But let's see on what damage will be done. Chara right now, Annihilator in hand, goes in for a double already. Let's see if he'll be going in for a triple. No, been taken down by Tokyo, and a double again.
Yep, and on the defense, it seems to be perfect for 4 Suits Esports thus far. They've got the 2-man advantage in terms of lives. 51 seconds on the pause as B gets attacked instantly by SKADI. They want to sneak this one away first and then attack the one that's closer to the spawn of 4 Suits, which is actually a very smart idea. And before we can even finish that, B control disappears.
That is how quick SKADI can do the work, and let's see what more can be they be doing, because it might be a spawn trap that can be triggered, especially the ones in the middle can be taken down. But mids right now just going through that laundry. Cisco takes down AC, but Omo just trades Tokyo to it. But they are being pushed in onto that A side, and Chroma right now again with the same dance that we've seen earlier. Will he be able to be taken down though? He did, and was able to survive though onto the other side when coming from blue.
14-8. The players on the side of SKADI are absolutely confident now. Even if they don't get the kill, they are gonna get a victory over the lives, and the spawn trap is already on the go. Chroma with the CBR4 looking for one. Cisco shuts down Josh as well. 3 more lives left here for 4 Suits Esports as A is getting sneaked away, but they do manage to get the slay, and on back for the defense here. Only 2 players remaining, Neptune.
Yeah, 2 players against the 10 live. That SKADI has an ace. He will be down mid. Still not yet over for that balcony. And there goes Omo being taken out by Chroma. 3-0 on a 3-0 series once again. Brought to us by SKADI.
Oh, SKADI was just so dominant, and the team cleans up once again. They remain with a clean sheet. Not a single squad has taken away a single map from SKADI. What a play, what a performance, and my oh my, I have to see Cisco's eyes again.
he was showing his eyes off in there, but later on he might have a chance, because there is possible interview, and we know how well Cisco has been doing that most of the time in instances just like this. But again, stats has shown us earlier that it might be a fair fight, but the result proves us otherwise. SKADI just went in 3-0, 9-0 already, just for the group stages.
But I wonder if Cisco will be up to answer some real questions or not, because, you know, a lot of people, they just keep dodging the questions left, right, center, trying to play it safe. They don't want to hurt other people's feelings. They don't want to sound cocky. It's a competition. You're competing. These people want what you want. So you got to go hard sometimes. Hopefully, Cisco's ready for that.
Yeah, I mean, you can ask him the question, and I guess we can set the expectation, because well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. And for those of you watching right now, again, regardless of what will be the result of the interview, now the game is already over. We're just looking forward to the interview, and let's see if that will push through. As the questions are being prepared right now, but let's see map and mode. A little recap for everyone who just jumped in onto this game. SKADI has won at hard point 250 to 119 is a great battle that has been brought in by Forsus Esports, but not so much when it comes to search and destroy. They had a chance, but a lot of opportunities has been broken by Forsus. Once again, the SKADI takes that win, and we just witnessed a 3-0 win on Control in Raid, the map where SKADI has taken all of their wins.
Well, all of their wins were pretty one-sided, and I did not see that coming at all. I expected a bigger fight from Forsus Esports, and I think SKADI expected the exact same as well. That's why they were full on guns blazing from the very start, and it just ended up being a one-sided fight. But you get to see our faces again, and that only means we have to see Cisco's eyes again. Cisco, welcome, buddy.
Cisco,
it's gonna take a while.
Where are you? There you have.
Show me what you're eating, Cisco.
Unfortunately, it's not rice, but I got some.
No, we can't hear you. You gotta unmute your mic, man. Oh, I thought he was eating rice. Rice boy eats pizzas too. Is he typing on Discord?
Hello?
Probably looking for the
Yes,
mute.
now we hear you, man.
It.
How are you, Cisco?
I'm doing great, man. Unfortunately, I don't have rice right now, but I have pizza.
No problem. It's okay. It's always good to see you filling your tummy up. And you guys have managed to maintain 3 perfect games so far. Absolute clean sheet. Nobody has been able to take a single map away from you. But my question is, what caused the lack of performance for you in Garena Masters? And how in the world did you get to the place where you are in Garena Masters Season 5? What was the prep like, man? What did you do?
I don't know. It's got everything's got to do with the way I view things. I had to really take my time.
Now,
It's like yes.
No, I actually like that answer. I love that answer. Please elaborate a little bit more by what do you mean by how you were looking at things?
I don't know. Like the way I was performing wasn't really any way beneficial to the team 100%. I was focused on the other things where I had to play a role. Because the role I was given back then was to basically support my teammates. But I was playing really different things, sometimes you see me with an SKS, sometimes you see me with a CBR. And then right now you can kind of see me represent a role. We just really just SMGs and sniping. That's right about it.
Fair enough. So you finally, instead of filling up the roles that is necessary for your team because you guys just had those roles not filled up, you just stepped up into that spot and you had to play a flex. This time you have a role where you pretty much can stick out and you are showing your full-on performance. I like that. I love that. Neptune, question for...
Yeah, I mean, not so much. I would agree with maintaining your focus, because understanding where you want to go and where you are at the moment. I guess it has been pointed out in the previous season as well, and that's what is paying off right now. But given this scenario of you getting the 3-0 for 3 series already, on a rank of 1 to first off, give me who do you want to challenge, and on a rank of 1 to 5, what is your take on your success rate in against that team?
Okay, for the challenge part, we don't have anyone in mind. We're just really playing, and then as for the my take on our success rate, all I can really say is all of us have been busting, ourselves to get to where we're at. So right now, that's the reason why we try to keep it humble and we just try to, do whatever. Words, more words, and extra words. Cool words and very nice words.
Very nice words indeed, man. I love that. I love the confidence. Congratulations once again on your tremendous victory. I think it's huge what you guys have just managed to do against your opponents, Four Suits Esports, and good luck for the rest of your matches. I think the biggest one against ZHIG ZHAG is coming up soon. Show me an execution, all right?
Oh, only Chroma can do that. If I have to be honest with you. Like,
Right, looking
Chroma,
forward to
Freezy,
it, man.
Tokyo, like,
By the way,
they can do it.
what pizza is that?
Oh, dang. It's a secret weapon. I can't really
Not
say.
the brand, man. Like, what's on the pizza? Beef pepperoni? Are you having Hawaiian? Do you have
Okay, I thought
pineapples
you
on your
were asking, like,
pizza?
where it's from. Okay, I'll tell you. It's cheese. It's cheese.
Is this just cheese? It's just a cheese pizza?
I mean,
Get out of here, Cisco. You're getting canceled for that, man. Nobody cares about your cheese pizza. Thank you very much for your time. Off to the
Goodbye,
next one,
goodbye.
ladies and gentlemen. Production,
Goodbye,
get this
guys.
guy
Okay,
out of
man.
here. He and his cheese pizza. We don't want to talk to him anymore. Nobody eats a cheese pizza, Cisco. Nobody. No, actually, I do. Sometimes I do.
Like just
Sometimes I do.
cheese. I mean, cheese is good in a pizza,
Yeah.
but like it's sad that you can only eat just cheese. At least, like, you know, there's a lot of things that you can put in a pizza
Dude,
and not just
sometimes
cheese.
when you want to be vegetarian, Neptune, sometimes when you want to be vegetarian, Neptune, you got to settle, man. And unfortunately, there are not many vegetarian options out there, right? Let's take a look at the highlights as we continue talking pizza.
Well, let's see of what it will be put in the mix right now and how how they sliced through this piece of pie that they went in. That was a 3-0. But from the start of this game, from that hard point, like Forces Esports, they'll shed a little bit of a light into the game, but was cut through because of how adjustments are being done by SKADI. And that's what we are expecting from teams, not just from SKADI, but all of the teams who are playing. You need to make the adjustments to make it work for you and get it for your advantage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, this was a great attempt from the side of Four Suits Esports. We saw many times where there were early rotations. They tried to manage the spawns. Actually, in fact, they did manage the spawns really well. They had the advantage, but they were just not winning out a majority of those gunfights where SKADI just kept catching them off guard. You had players like Tokyo, you had players like Cisco really stepping up, getting those eliminations. And in the S&D, it was pretty much the exact same thing. The eliminations were the king, and Four Suits just could not catch a break at all.
Yeah, I mean, the objectives are being lost for the side of Four Suits. From hardpoint to search and destroy, there were a lot of missed opportunities. I guess for the final moment as well, when they tried to rush that long A, that they have been caught in the as they rush in. That has been done in a previous match where in one was taken down because of a trophy system, and they still did the same thing. So if you don't make corrections on the fly just from those mistakes, you will be losing round.
You will most definitely lose those rounds, and that's what happened to Four Suits Esports. Control, one would expect a little bit of a comeback gameplay if they were a fan of Four Suits Esports. I surely was a fan of their gameplay as well as their storyline, but SKADI gave them no room whatsoever to breathe. Not a single round capped by them. Four Suits were held back. They were held at gunpoint, and they were too afraid to do anything.
Yeah, they really couldn't rush in the capture, and they have been caught off guard in the rotation. It's well, we couldn't say if it's more of the motivation of Four Suits or probably just the defense or the defensive side of SKADI, regardless of what position they're on. But we've seen so many lives remaining for the side of SKADI that they are thinking smart. And the guy who has put in a lot of effort, 2.15. On the KD. It's Tokyo right now. And well, this guy really, I love how well before being eliminated, he goes for a quick trade-off. And that's a good thing in terms of winning gunfights, not just search and destroy, but also in respawn modes.
Yeah, great plays overall from Tokyo. He was definitely the MVP in the hardpoint as well as control, and he did a lot in that S&D matchup as well. Nobody else deserves the title more than him. 20.33 on the average kills is absolutely insane. Of course, Four Suits did take his life away a little bit, but the impact that Tokyo brought into the matchup really put them in an uncomfortable position, and they were always playing from the back foot, right? So Four Suits Esports, I'm not going to look forward to playing playing against this guy once again. The MVP of the game surely knew how to carry SKADI through those eliminations.
Yeah, and well, there you have it. We were already done with our second series. So we have two more to go, but it's looking like the fair matchup that we expected is just going to one direction. And
Yep.
it's not just the last game that we might be seeing like one-sided match, but I don't know. It might be changed on their next series, because we are going to see another set of teams. So before we go there, we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, we're going to see 4S KINCAID going against SAVAGE HUNTSMEN. Through the day, and we just ended 2 of the 3-0s. Another team from the 4 suits will be back in play, and they will be going against SAVAGE HUNTSMEN. We'll see later on what's going to be the result, but on the caster's desk, I am Neptune, the Gentleman Gaming, together with my brother, the Mustachio AJ.
This has been a crazy day, and it's about to get a little bit crazier. Later on, we are looking forward to a match where there might be a potential nuke. There will definitely be a couple of trolls. But what we want to see here is, for this next matchup, whether or not there will be a little bit of a 50-50 action. Both SAVAGE HUNTSMEN as well as 4S KINCAID, they've lost both of their series. With 4S KINCAID, the biggest difference here being they have managed to win at least one map, even though they lost the overall series. SAVAGE HUNTSMEN hasn't been able to pick up a single map victory. That being said as well, SAVAGE HUNTSMEN have gone up against SKADI and ZHIG ZHAG, and clearly those teams are good.
Yeah, I mean, judging from the points of how it ended for both of these teams battle against ZigZag, it's well, it's favoring a little bit for the side of Savage Huntsman. In terms of hard point, they have a lot more in terms of how much effort they have put in
Yes.
compared to what we've seen against 4S KINCAID. But again,
Yep.
a lot of the changes might be happening right now since they are going against each other, and we're not saying that they don't have the capacity on going against tough teams, but it's much slower this time. And I guess with the team with most experience might be favoring this game despite of the numbers, them not having any wins just yet.
I'll have to agree with you, Neptune. It seems like the data on the side of Savage Huntsman against ZHIG ZHAG versus what KINCAID had against ZHIG ZHAG is just slightly skewed towards the Malaysian squad, right? Savage Huntsman do have a slight edge over their opponents for the upcoming series, but let's see exactly how the rest of your day is gonna go. We first started off with a 3-0 courtesy of LVX as they took on PV SAGE, and then we saw yet another sweep courtesy of SKADI and the pizza eating Cisco this time round. 3-0 versus 4 Suits Esports. Whether or not the day continues to just be all-out donuts, we will have to wait and see. There's a high potential of that for Series 4, but whether or not that is the case for Series 3 is all in the hands of 4S KINCAID and what sort of a mental strategy they have to execute versus the Huntsmen, who look better on paper.
Yeah, look better on paper. And again, it has been thrown already. So much what we've written, what we've calculated has been thrown out the window already, because we looked at the first 2 series earlier on and it seems quite balanced, but looking at a lot of conditions, a lot of factors wherein who they went against, that is what has been proven right now, that teams are better when they face off each other. So that will be answered later on. Savage Huntsman has a lot more interest advantage as well as experience, so they have a good capacity of winning this. But how much? Would it be a 3-0, a 2-1, or would it be the other way around against them? 4 Suits KINCAID needs to prove that in this game. They are bearing the same of the 4S sign from what we've seen earlier, but this is a quite different team and they went in for a different approach. But let's see on the who will be playing in on from one side of this battle. We have 4S KINCAID, Damia, JB, Kurth, Caleb, Ivan, and Taipei in the mix.
Absolutely, man. And of course, you can most definitely expect the damage to be dealt by Evan as well as Taipei. 2 of these players have really stood out with their engagements thus far. And when you want to look at the objectives for the very first matchup of the day, you can depend on Jibby. He is the lifeline of this squad in the respawn matches, playing the objective player, the brother of AG. He knows how to get around the map. He knows how to bring out the slay, but the firepower in this kid, I believe, has not built up to its best potential just yet. There's still a lot more from Jibby that we can expect.
Yeah, I mean, it's already in DNA. It's more of cultivation of all those skills. But we couldn't take away as well what Kurth has done in terms of their search and destroy, but with the result, the end result of each of their matchup, it's just not looking good for them when they fought it against ZHIG ZHAG. And hopefully it will be a chance for Kurth, not only that, Evans as well in this fight when they jump in onto that second map of the series with 4S KINCAID. And they need to show up this time. They might be going against a team who haven't won anything just yet, but these teams has been there for a long time. The team itself has been there for a long time and being led by Derp. That will not be easy.
That will not be easy at all. Savage Huntsmen, they have got a lot of quality on the squad. They do have slayers on their side as well. One would think that Derp is going to be the biggest slayer that they have to worry about, but you also have Zen on toe, who's capable of doing the exact same, right? And now with the addition of Xavier as well on the battlefield, Huntsmen look quite devastating with their approach towards the matchup that 4S KINCAID really need to kind of watch out for. perhaps in that S&D matchup, kind of try to play it slow. Even the hard point, play the power positions more than a straightforward attack, because I do believe there's a high potential we are dragged into takeoff later on. I think both of these teams love playing on that map. Derp, Zen, Trav, Jimbo, Xavier, as well as Edict, they hop on in. They want to play under the banner of Savage Huntsmen. But thus far, the journey has been quite tough for the squad, Neptune.
Yeah, tough and rough indeed. They went against SKADI, and on the next one against ZHIG ZHAG. I need to correct myself in there. Zig Zag. And again, though they have already faced these teams before, adjustments and even the roster changes can affect all their gameplay. It's more of how well can they develop that overall. And once they were given a chance to do that once again if they face both of these teams again, but they need to focus. For KINCAID might not be, in terms of experience, might not be that much. But again, another surprise might be brought to us in this match, AJ.
Absolutely. And of course, the lineup of Savage Huntsmen will be looking to crush their opponents. Jimbos, your hardpoint objective player, will be going up against GB. That is a fight you most definitely can expect. And as anticipated, the teams do drag us into takeoff. This was the match that Savage Huntsmen took against ZHIG ZHAG, where they had a decent performance. And 4S KINCAID was very close to winning the match against LVX on takeoff as well. Both teams love playing this map, and I think this is going to be a showdown that is going to go down the wire.
Yeah, let's see on how wide the wire will they be walking through and who will be falling off as they go in take off rotations. Once again, it is already understood that the first one is scrappy. It will depend on how much power position you can take to take advantage of the entry points that can be done by either side. But when they jump in onto or from that P2 towards P3 and P4, regardless of what the spawns will be doing, well, I guess hopefully they can go for the spawns, but regardless of that, they need to get a good control of each of the points, because those are the money hills most of the time. That is where everything is turned around.
I see Raid being banned under control, but Raid is picked for control as well. So I'm just a tad bit confused. I think this could be an error in our graphics. We could be going to Crossroads Strike for control. I'm hoping that is the correct one, because so there's a potential here that the final map could be Crossroads Strike, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but we will confirm that for you guys later on. But Takeoff and Slums seems to be pretty correct there. Slums, both teams have played on this map this far in Garena Masters 5. Both teams have lost. Savage Huntsmen to ZHIG ZHAG, 4S KINCAID lost that over to LVX. So there's not a lot to kind of assess here. I think both teams have been overwhelmed by their opponents thus far in the competition. We couldn't really see a lot of flair. Of course, some players stood out, but that's just purely from a statistics point of view, the numbers that they managed to pick up on that one odd day. But you're not going to have that same guy perform each and every single day, especially when the teams are different. The composition, the play style is going to probably be a little bit different as well. As after taking 2 losses, I'm not expecting careless plays from either side, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no reason to be careless at this point, because they like, if we are expecting them to do what we are expecting them, they have learned from the losses already, and they have corrected that already. Even if they went against Titans, well, big dogs in this Garena Masters, but we'll have to see if how much execution can be put in and adaptation as well, because both teams are pretty much doing the same for each of the matchups, especially in hardpoint, where it's pretty much balanced from both sides. So we're going to see that happen. The first match right now will be in takeoff on the hard point. This is 4S KINCAID against Savage Huntsmen.
As we kick things off at takeoff, let's see exactly which team can take off with the 1 foot in front. JB instantly slaying out the objective player Jimbos. I was expecting that engagement, but I didn't expect that early. And thanks to that, for KINCAID with the early hole, but Huntsmen break that instantly. Two players playing the objective. Player number 2, Xavier as well as Jimboss. As soon as they got taken out, instant spawn right back onto the hill to get the job done. The rest of the players on both sides taking position out on all of those power positions to see if they can play that long angle, but it's gonna get scrappy for sure.
Yep, and Jimbo's right now going in for 2 as they clear off that P1 with 20 seconds remaining. It's a good chance for them to be able to get all of them because of how, well, not neatly 4S KINCAID is trying to go in for the rush. But no, they have been taken over already. Remaining scrap points might be onto the side of 4S KINCAID as preparation is being done onto that P2. Both sides of the stairs are already being taken by the team of Yellow. That is SAVAGE HUNTSMEN.
Huntsmen with a great setup on P2. Nobody's holding the anchor spawns for Huntsmen. They want to spawn from the right-hand side instead so that they can play the balance on the stairs to make sure they stop the bleeding and as well as take away those points whenever they do have the opportunity. Although for SKADI, they do have the spawn. They're not doing great with the engagements, but as I say that, Damia and GB step it up and the pace, the moment it got turned up, it went to the side of 4S.
We have one more in this is the guy number 5 who is still quite near onto the hill. Derp right now is in here going in for a double and has been taken down by Kurth, and Huntsman is just going for the rush and the trade off. Oh, Trav right now almost missing that, but the rush of the teams of 4S KINCAID is a little bit too much for him. Thus, they have lost control of this hill. 15 seconds remaining, and the approach of the Huntsman right now, SAVAGE HUNTSMEN, is to go for the early rotation. Plenty of time for 4S KINCAID to carry a lot of points as well as the lead in this match.
Big attempt by Jimboss moments ago. He was stopping the bleeding by just standing on the stairs at that P2 to make sure 4S KINCAID doesn't really run away too far from Huntsman, even though they're picking up those scraps. And that's the kind of objective player, that's the kind of dedication you want to see from your squad. Huntsman now, they are on that P3 already. Early rotation, holding it down. The operators are going to be invested. Annihilator gets a couple, but a wasted war machine as the player goes down. It's going to be Kurth with his own war machine on the supply as they hop on in. 4S KINCAID with a perfect break.
Good break, perfect indeed. And let's see if the Huntsman can be able to pull off the same. Jimbo's right now going for the stairs. The second floor going down, just raining in against a 4S. And Jimbo's with a hold, 2 on his sides. No takedown just yet. But the follow-up is not being put in by the Huntsman just yet. On the Kurth in there, going for that slay and thus clearing the way for KINCAID for the points.
Captain Derp with the long rotation around into launch center, and yes, he's gonna be meeting 2 players who are here to anchor down P4. Derp, if he can get this annihilation, he should be able to step it up very early, but he waits for backup. That is the veteran IQ right there on perfect display. Jimboss is gonna get taken out of the equation. Derp is still there. Derp soaks up the initial points, although 4S KINCAID have got a player on that second floor. Trav is gonna finish off Kurth, already damaged by Jimboss earlier. Kurth stood no chance. Trav with a power position now on this hill will continue to slay, and Huntsmen are here to play a fantastic game.
Derp in there getting a lot of time before being taken down, and the Huntsman is still in place. Split opening coming from the side of 4S KINCAID, but they cannot push through. Not so much of opening can be captured by the 4S teams as Zen and the rest of the gang is just closing all the windows, all the doors, and not letting them in. And Travis on the second floor as well, just beating the heck on the 4th spree already. And let's see if he can bring it to 5.
Trav clearly knows his role here. It's always to play the second floor and to hold the hill while the rest of his team members are not there. And he has done a fantastic job at that all the scrap. This is a hill for Huntsmen indeed. They've used it to launch themselves away as well as above 4S KINCAID. But on the reset of this hill, and it looks like P1 is going to be handled by Huntsmen mainly because of player number 5. Look at Derp on the second floor of control room. He handles all of those gunfights, brings out the Freddy as well as he is in the same hole of the compound, and that gives the advantage to Huntsmen.
Even in there takes down Derp, but the damage has been done. Shaver, on the other hand, is just trying to clean up house, and opening from the spawn coming. They just lined up right now, and Xavier in there as well as Trav just hit them down one at a time. 25 seconds remaining is just a good control, good hold being done by SAVAGE HUNTSMEN, and they are not letting go until the final 15 seconds remain. They need to prepare for that P2.
71 to 150. Huntsman running away with this matchup. Pure skills on display here. Great management of spawn as well as kills coming through from the Malaysian squad. And they will go ahead to soak up the remaining scrap points as well as set themselves up on the right-hand side of the map for this P2. They seem to have perfected this gameplay already. Not really going in for the anchor spawns on the left-hand side, but instead just choosing to hop onto the very edge of this hill, stop the bleeding, sneak away those points when most necessary. Xavier's going to be hopping up. He's got the equalizer in hand as well. CBR4 for the pop. He fails. Back up though from Trap in the bottom.
Yeah, good backup indeed, and they will be going for the approach to contest this area. Zen in the ground floor, just clearing one, but will be taken down as well. Kurth on the other hand trying to see he's going to peek in, but not so much damage coming in for the side of Kurth, though he had 22 on his slays already. He needs to survive, but the Huntsman is now, SAVAGE HUNTSMEN is now going in for the remaining 20 seconds of this hill. Attempts being made by Forest KINCAID, but it is just failing.
And the KINCAID squad does manage to slay them out, but Huntsman gives it away. They say thank you for the help to help us respawn on the opposite side. They get an early hold onto P3. This is obviously your money hill. Derp once again in a power position inside of control room. He's at that P4 already on the second floor. He's going to stop these rotations, but he's also taken out of the equation by Kurth in a timely manner. Kurth claims away that position from him and helps give the advantage to 4S KINCAID from the outside. The rest of the team members on for the flush. Typing gets shut down. Zen on a roll with a triple, and these boys on fire.
On fire indeed. There's no pumping him out. Xavier right now equalizing everything as they go in and grab a hold. And here 105 seconds in, then eliminations as well being done from both sides, and they are reaching the double century mark. A few more and they will be close for that win, and Forest KINCAID has nothing to do in this game as Surf pulls out the Annihilator and annihilates the three of them.
Derp finally gets annihilated as 4S KINCAID open the hill up for themselves. Evan dropping by, but Derp is back in the game. Jimmy taken out of the equation. Scrap points now for the players of 4S KINCAID to absorb, and Huntsman on the final run potentially to end this game at P4. This has just been the second set of kills coming through for this team, so if it ends here, it could just be a quick one. Trav once again on the higher floor. Evan slides on in, finds no one, but Trav is still upset. Evan wins out that gunfight. Damia shuts down Trav, and that's the equalizer that is most needed for 4S to get back in this match.
Clearing this with the equalizer will be easy unless you will be taken down, and that is what Huntsman did at this point. Derp still in the same position. He will not be letting go, but he will be relieved as Jimmy goes in for the triple. They don't have, they still have the spawns right now, as well as the capture of this hill. Zen right now goes in, providing a little bit of backup, and it goes in. And War Machine gameplay, War Machine mode is on him. Regardless of who jumps in, you will be slayed. You will be exploding your head in the gunfire.
15 more seconds to go as Huntsmen try to claim this game for themselves, but it will not end here. It has to be in a grueling fight on that P1, and all of those gruesome battles could just give the advantage to 4S KINCAID. That is going to be dependent on the fact that they hold on to those power positions. P4 second floor as well as P3 second floor needs to be obtained now by 4S KINCAID. Jimmy needs to step up his gameplay. He needs to win out all of those gunfights, and it is 4S KINCAID with their opener. GB is holding on to the power position instead of playing the objective. That's a huge loss for 4S.
An objective power position will be done by Trav at this point. Goes in for rotation, and this is what I'm loving. Seeing Huntsman goes in for power positions first before going in for the objective, and once it has been cleared out, and they are ready to get all the points that they need. Very, very close with only 10 points remaining. It might be a chance for the Huntsman to grab their first win in this Garena Masters 5.
Yeah, Trav just absolutely cleaning house with the claw, and that personally stops the attack on the hill, and Huntsmen walk away with a well-fought victory over 4S KINCAID. What a fantastic match!
Yes, indeed. And I love how they are focusing on different things. Like both teams are focusing on different things. Forest Kincaid is focusing on objective, whereas the same goes for Savage Huntsman. But they started off with clearing everything out before they
Yeah.
jumped the gun, and thus the leadership, as well as with the help of everyone in here, as well as I guess it's Trav and Zen, who did a lot in this game. But regardless, it's team effort that brought them that dub.
I mean, I love what the Huntsmen have been able to pull off here against Forest Kincaid. You saw everybody playing their role. Jim Boss hopping on in there to play the objective. Jimmy initially had the one-up on him, but the moment Captain Derp got into position, backing Jim Boss up, Jimmy and squad had no fight on them whatsoever. Zen really stepped up his gameplay as well. 45 kills out there on the battlefield. He's on a double positive. And Derp with the 39 slays. I mean, these guys were doing well, but Jim Boss, this is the one that won the matchup for them, right? Always on the hill, always soaking up those points alongside Xavier. On the flip side of things, you do see Taipei on the hill, but Jimmy and his lack of progress on these hard points really hurt 4S Kincaid. I don't know why he was not playing the objective this time, but it was a loss for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, if you prioritize on elimination compared to objective, it can pay off, but it depends on what you're looking at. We're looking at hardpoint right now, wherein objective really matters. He's the guy who usually does that. I don't know if there's a little bit of switch up, or probably it's just a firepower that has been brought in by Savage Huntsman. He doesn't survive that much from that hill. But well, with this game, the hard point is already over. 250 and 127 takeoff has been taken by the Savage Huntsman.
One-sided map. Savage indeed. Forest Kincaid barely stood a chance in that match. They tried multiple times to work a comeback, but Huntsman was just way too good. And props to Derp, because he was playing anchor for the team, but not for the spawns at all. He was playing anchor for the hill. He was just playing raw gunfight and outwitting the opponents by taking these off angles that most people usually don't check. But I mean, after obviously watching this broadcast, they're going to know to keep an eye out for that spot. A lot of the pro teams do know the moment you access the front door of that P4, you are going to be able to hold a tight little corner, which if at all others want to engage with you, they will have to get into a 50-50 gunfight, unless you are setting up a double chow, which 4S Kincaid just did not do to Derp. And Derp soaked up a majority of the points. P4 was really one that they used in that first rotation to launch themselves to the front.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, good position that he has taken, good backup as well for that opening in the door, because if in case one just seeps in, then he has already been taken down. But we are now jumping in on our search and destroy slums, and this time around, it is 4S Kincaid who will be an attacker. The defense will be taken by Savage Huntsman. So let's see on how it will be controlled. The pace will be controlled by 4S Kincaid this time.
Of course, it's going to be dependent on the snipers of the squad, and you do know who the strongest snipers are for this matchup. It is going to be from the side of Huntsman. Whenever Derp does pick up the scopes, he usually delivers, and Zen on the roam. There's no getting past these guys on the eliminations. Evan and Taipei, they really need to step it up, but we just don't see, you know, Jimmy playing his role as well as he did on the first 2 days that he did show us a little bit of what he's capable of. Hopefully, we see a fairer fight in this SND as opposed to that hard point earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that would depend on the snipers, but fairness, a good matchup is what we expect. A good chance for 4S Kincaid to be able to grab a point, but I'm pretty sure with how both teams are ranking themselves, as well as the need to get a 3-0, it will not be easy. It's more of the smarts and the way that they control and communicate in this game that will bring in the winner for this match. But again, earlier we've already raised that a different game or different map might be showing up later on.
Yep.
But the game is about to begin on Search and Destroy. Let's focus onto this match. We are going to see Search and Destroy slums between Forest KINCAID and SAVAGE HUNTSMEN.
Let's see if or not KINCAID can rip one away from Huntsman, or are they going to get thumped down yet again? As we see KINCAID start off on the defense, Huntsman get to dictate the pace, and straight up you can see Jimboss holding on to the sniper. Xavier's going to be circling around. Dev's going to be playing a little bit of a different mode this time around, not going to be sniping for the squad, and Xavier delivers with the Fennec instant.
Even right now with the snipe not really hitting his target, and Xavier is just going wacko at this point. 3 already on his name, the 2 left. He might be able to go for the ace. There you go, 4 already for his side, and is just eyeing for the prize. Taipei right now still lost and being hunted. Xavier needs to get a good angle. Derp has been taken down and the position has been compromised. Here comes the ace, possibly being taken by Xavier. Misses that and was able to dance, and there goes the ace for the start of this SND.
Xavier with the ace out of nowhere. Forest KINCAID barely put up a fight against him. Derp did get taken down, but it's not really going to matter at all. That's really going to boost the confidence of Xavier. We were talking about him earlier as to how he does provide a sufficient support for the squad, but that was a carry.
I need a carry. Carry this for that 1 point. Search and Destroy looking good for the teams of SAVAGE HUNTSMEN as he's taking the lead right now. Jimbo's took the lead in grabbing the point. Zen follows it up, and on the lineup, Jimmy is in there missing the shot, but Xavier level too deep, goes in, probably a double, hides up in the corner, and Xavier just rushes through. There's no way if you're facing him that you need to back up. Thus Jimmy gets in for that double after backing off away from Xavier.
Jimmy finally turns the tables. 2 kills for him already, but a 1v2, 20 seconds to go. Plays on the side of Huntsman, positioned well already. Will catch one player off guard. Trav out in the open. Jimbo's right behind. Well positioned with the LK9. Shuts down the play of Jimmy. 2-0 up. Huntsman outplaying Forest.
That was an almost clutch, but Jimbo is a little bit too big to be taken down. And SAVAGE HUNTSMEN still looking good at this point. They are the attacker, and Forest KINCAID needs to find a different approach. They have been split in, 2 in the middle, 2 on to this Bravo, but no one's peeking in. It is Huntsman going for that alpha. They have been caught red-handed and still not being taken down, but finally one has been brought down, but it's a little bit too late. It's already the plant going on, and a 2v3 is on the go.
Evan with the backstab. If he gets this, it's going to be big. No trigger discipline. Makes the turn on him. 180. Evan burned the moment he spotted. But Taipei keeping it alive. But Captain Derp says, get out of here. My round 3-0.
3-0 is might be a preview as what's going to happen by the end, but it's not yet over. Forest KINCAID still a lot to work with. There's still Evan and Damia who hasn't grabbed a point just yet. They just need to slow it down, similar to what we've seen earlier, but there's no slowing down if the Huntsman is just rushing in, and there are no fools. The trade-off is being done. Still, this time it is Forest KINCAID who had a lead in manpower.
But Jimboss instantly makes it all equal. Derp's going to be spotting one from afar and nails Evan down. Just like that, advantage to Huntsman with the numbers. Jimboss shuts down GB, keeping Damia alive all alone. Damia with the first kill of the game will find Jimboss, but Derp already with the plant piling on the pressure onto Damia. 40 seconds to go in a 1v2. Very doable as long as those shots connect.
Yes, let's see if it will connect. It did, but not so much. And a 1v2 has been triggered. A flanking to be done, but the rush is being done by Xavier. Being taken down, but back on. Derp will brought you out.
What a play by the players of Huntsman. That double shell was perfect. The timing of Derp, you did see the player back away in the very final second just to give Derp the little bit of space to slide on in if at all he fails. He failed. Derp didn't. 4-0. Huntsman really putting on a show.
Yep, indeed, a good show for them. But in this match, in this round, 2 down already. Will this be a possible win, a possible point for the side of 4S KINCAID? They are slowing it down this time. Jim Boss still no sight being seen for that scope alpha. It's being pushed slowly by a few. And oh, there goes the trade, but the slide will not push through. Kurth just sliced through him.
Yep, this time Jimbo's down very early. Xavier's going to be holding the back of the rest of the squad here with the KRM. Kurth in a lot of trouble. The slide does not get past him. Xavier misses the first. Kurth gets punished. Will Xavier find a double for himself? Taipei, what a slide yet again, but the hit mark this time turns on him. Taipei sorts it out, and Jimmy gets the team the first round that they've been waiting for. Huntsman, that was not sloppy. It was just 4S KINCAID finally waking up.
Yeah, they are awake. They've put the alarm, and hopefully they don't put it to snooze, because they need 3 more points to balance it out. But with the movement being done by 4S KINCAID, let's see if that is enough for them to grab another point. A little bit of damage received by the members of 4S, and Kurth has been taken down with trade-off against Xavier. It's now a 3v4.
3v4 indeed, make that a 3v2 as Damia goes down as well. Zen with a double. The guy has got a beautiful ace in this game. Double ace thus far in the game of Huntsman versus 4S KINCAID. Earlier it was Xavier, and now the one and only Zen.
Oh my goodness. I mean, let's see who's going to get the next ace, if that is possible. But this is not looking good for the side of 4S KINCAID. If that is how they want to play, then the motivation might be at bay. But Ivan was able to take down the ace taker Zen. And let's see the 4v5 unfold in this game.
That could have just been my lag and mistake with the ace, but it's okay.
It's okay.
Bloopers happen.
They got the point. Still on them.
Bloopers happen. It's going to be Trav turning on the players from the side of 4S. Jimmy taken down. Jim Boss trades out Evan. Back and forth we go at a 2v3, and Kurth makes that just a single player left to deal with. Trav on the opposite end. Huntsman this time struggling a tad bit. In a 1v3, Trav 4 eliminations thus far. CBR4 on for the travel. Bomb planted already. This defense is going to be pretty difficult.
Indeed, it is difficult, and Taipei just ends the difficulty for him grabbing another point. It's a little bit too quick, though. I guess this is one play that 4S KINCAID can do on the attacker's side, to go for the fast approach so that they can catch the position being held by SAVAGE HUNTSMEN, and it's working for them this time. How long will the adjustment be taken by SAVAGE HUNTSMEN to beat this approach?
Xavier, KRM. Evan finds Zen first. Evan slowly circling around. We'll find another, but the flick just does not connect. Jim Boss in position already. Evan does not get punished, but the wall banks come on through. Trap gets caught by Damia in the meantime. Derp, HVK in hand. Needs the flick to the left, but no overexerting players from the side of 4S. They all hold their positions well. Still looking for trades, but Xavier's the one to find one.
Xavier finds one. Evan still looking for it, and despite the position being compromised, the guy from SAVAGE HUNTSMEN is not letting it go. They are baiting them in so that they take advantage of what they have. But with a 3v3, they not need to be risky. They just need to be smart. And Xavier with a KRM, hopefully it hits this time, because earlier it didn't do that well.
Let's see if these final 2 rounds can be wrapped up, as Xavier's looking for yet another fantastic game as well as round. The initial ace did give him quite a bit of boost in terms of numbers. GB and Damia stacking up. Erb's got his scopes already. The ADS in is going to be a torture for them to deal with. The HVK does hurt in a situation like that. Evan slides on out. Derp catches both of them as anticipated.
That is what you can say and see from this guy called Derp. He have a good hunt against one, but Evan is a little bit too slight, and Jimbos goes down. There goes a 1v2, but Evan has nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go indeed, as Evan finds Derp with a fantastic headshot. It's a 1v1. It's the KRM going up against the LCAR-9. Potentially a quick scope out of the sniper. Evan switches it out, but Xavier says bye-bye. Once again, he steps up, and match point for Huntsman.
Yeah, there's no time in as well in this game. It's much on the numbers that they can put in from the final moment. But with a match point for side of Savage Huntsman, all they have to do is just wait out the approach and the opening that can be done by 4S KINCAID. A little bit of trade-off right now, almost taken down. But Damia is the first one to go down, and Savior being traded right now.
Yep, finds a big one and a
Ooh.
second as well. Crazy stuff coming through from him thus far. Can he find the fourth? Jimmy gets the shutdown onto Derp finally, but as the final player in a 1v3, can he play the game of survival as well as clutch?
And JB right now is able to take down one, but with Zen in there going in from the corners, he gets that win on a 7-2. Savage Huntsman, their friend Savagery is being shown right now. They've just reversed what they received from ZHIG ZHAG.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Savage Huntsman grabbing this victory here for themselves means a lot to the team. Starting off with 2 back-to-back losses is not really the best way to head on into a group stage, but as long as you can find that recovery, you should be a-okay. And that's exactly what they're putting out here. They've won the series already with the the takeoff as well as slumps match thus far. As we head on into Crossroads control, this is going to be a question of whether or not we see some sign of life from 4S KINCAID. The players don't even want to be in the lobby. They're like, you're not going to see my score.
Doesn't want to show the score right there. There's a lot of I would say there was a lot of pride really coming from competitive teams just here.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure the same or one reason is because everyone's eyes on them. For as KINCAID really wants to have that motivation on them and not be lost of being shown how they lost. But as we've seen already, 2 of those L being received by 4S KINCAID, brought to them by Savage Huntsman, Crossroad for that control game. And, well, it's looking like the attackers will be, if I got that correct, the attackers will be the side of Savage Huntsman, because that's a
Yeah.
4S symbol that we have in here on that Crossroad.
I don't know what to expect here for 4S KINCAID because thus far they've not really shown up. They've tried. Jibby seems to be a little off with his gameplay, and there's just nobody else stepping up for the squad in order to really take away these objectives for the team. As we head on into Crossroads, control is not going to be easy. 4S KINCAID, they've lost in the gunfights, they've lost in the strategy department. Both of that combined is very important at control.
Yep, and well, for the record, for 4S KINCAID, they did have a win against LVX. So advantage-wise, it might be going for them compared to what they had, or Savage Huntsman had against ZHIG ZHAG. So if we're going to look at that in paper, then they like 4S KINCAID has a greater advantage. But going into this fight, we've seen so much what Savage Huntsman or Huntsman can do in a battle against 4S KINCAID. We might be looking for another 3-0.
Let's see how Savage Huntsman handled the situation. Thus far, they have not won a single control match, and you are right, 4S KINCAID has got a control one over on their side, and it just happens to be on Crossroads Strike.
Yeah.
Yes, we could say that might just be an advantage for 4S KINCAID, but it is not a difficult map to really learn. You just need to know certain positions on the map if you're playing wide or if you're playing those CQC. I'm very sure Xavier is going to be whipping out that KRM once again, because this is just one of those maps. Although it's huge, although you've got the outside perimeter, which is absolutely massive, the KRM still can be very functional in and out of those objectives. And Huntsman might just be able to win this out mainly with those gunfights, Neptune.
Yeah, indeed, I would agree. Mobility that has been brought in. If you bear the KRM, you'll be able to move around, get away from fights, and also do a lot of damage. So let's see if that will be the case. Pretty much high potential of that happening. And I'm really wondering as well. I don't believe we've seen, just for today, I don't believe we've seen someone bear a sniper in a control. So let's see if that will be seen from Derp right here, because pretty much on a control mode, Derp has used that to a great advantage.
And Jim Boss is actually a very decent player as well. In fact, he's fantastic thus far for the Savage Huntsman. I'm hoping to see him play the snipers as well. This might just be the case if we see a couple of trolls out of the Savage Huntsman. If they want to take this to be a very fast attack where they're going to be able to deal a lot of damage, then we might just see a SMG AR as well as SG setup from the Huntsman just to take these CQCs, try to take away these hills very quickly. Because looking at the fact that they've been dominating the gunfights, I will expect a split push off the bat straight up as they start off on the attack.
Yeah, it's possible so that they can take advantage of either side. And with the firepower that they have, it's like in a split push. If they can do it fast, one tick from both sides is possible. And let's see if that is something that can be averted by 4S KINCAID. The plan is already set and assumptions has been done already. Let's see if that will happen in the battle on Crossroads between the teams of 4S KINCAID and Savage Huntsmen that will be happening in a bit. Now, this is where it gets hot because 4S KINCAID really needs to bring it on.
Let's hop on into the matchup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the final game between Savage Huntsman and 4S KINCAID. It is control at Crossroads Strike. Which one will strike first? Both teams are meeting at this A control point with the players on the side of Savage Huntsman choosing to put more players towards A as well as mid. But the gunfights are being won on the side of 4S KINCAID with just a 1 life differential here.
Yeah, they couldn't step in with a 3-man defense being done by Savage Huntsman. Thus, they changed their mind, go in for the mid, but still facing the side of Alpha, knowing that that's where Savage Huntsman is coming from. So they are dealing with life right now. Taipei will be hit by Zen from the backstab, and let's see what else can be done. Bravo push is possible right now for the side of 4S KINCAID with only one, or let's say one being taken down in there before they go for the capture.
Who else can step up against the Titan on the side of 4S? Damia seems to be ruling out there with the Fennec, and on the flip side, Derp hitting those frags as well. Both team pretty equal when it comes to the engagement, and 4S KINCAID, they seem to be pulling a quick one off. I thought KINCAID was going to be on the defense, but it seems to be a beautiful offense that they first take off against the Huntsman.
The offense indeed very close to that Alpha, but it has been cleaned up. And Bravo right now will be the focus for 4S KINCAID. And it's looking like a good run as 4S has advantage in terms of life as well. GB right now getting good control, and in only a few, they will be able to get that first take. But cleanup being done on that Alpha. Time is not being extended just yet, and the lives is being expended from both sides.
Who's going to be able to take this one? Huntsman, decent defense at the very start. 22 seconds more for them to just stay alive. But Damia and team, they all step it up. 4 more lives left here for the Huntsman. A turn of events, one that Huntsman just did not expect. And they give up that A control point so that they can focus on B. This is where they want to bet all of their firepower. Double the lives of what Huntsman have, their attackers have on their side.
And Taipei right now takes a lead on the capture, followed by Ivan. 2 already in there, makes it a little bit quicker already in the second and the last guy. And the 2 members will be screamed out and cleaned out for this game. 1 point goes for 4S KINCAID. Is this the beginning of them grabbing that one?
KINCAID gets the first one attempt, so a well-oiled strike towards the heart of the Huntsman. Damia leading the charge, 11 kills in total. That was super impressive. Derp just could not step it up with the defense on those spots, but Zen now with a double for himself as the team of Huntsmen are on the attack, and it looks like this A control point is a lot in trouble, and Derp the Annihilator as well on top of everything else.
A little bit early on Annihilator, but it's still good because he's been annihilating the lives. Oh, even in there to slide through, and they're being spotted by Kurt. But this damage already been done. Alpha is almost secured, and Jimmy is just rushing through. And there we have it, extended for a minute. Bravo is the only thing remaining between the win of Savage Huntsman.
That was very, very concise by Huntsmen. A total of 15 lives in total from both teams lost out there on the battlefield by the time that first hill got capped. Huntsmen did that extremely efficiently. 4S KINCAID, on the other hand, a little bit down in manpower, but they have to win out their gunfights, and they do have the advantage. This is very close to their spawn, unless Huntsman pulls off this spawn trap. Once again, player number 3, Zen, with a double for himself, will continue to torture the squad. Jibby can pull out the Annihilator and take Zen out, but he takes himself out.
Takes himself out, and let's see on what will be done. Jimmy right now is in it. Oh! Quick hit against Dirt, and the capture of Bravo has been stopped. Let's see on what can be done. The split is being taken by the team of Blue, the Huntsman, but they are rushing into trouble. 15-8 for KINCAID, slowly half already onto the lives, and Derp right now not yet being taken down. 2-man push on the second floor might catch for KINCAID off guard, because the live is being spended one by one.
Yeah, Huntsmen don't even want to go for the objective at this point. They just want to play for lives, and they want to take it away from 4S. But now, Evan winning out that gunfight. You think that will scare them off? Not just yet. No more respawns for 4S KINCAID. JB with a final stand, though. Typee finds Trav as well. Xavier, will he survive this as Typee misses the shot? Xavier finds him, puts him down.
Typee went for the typo. We're left with 3 now, as we have Savage Huntsman already showing us the savagery that they have. This crossroad map really is favoring the attacks, and with those attacks to remain for 4S KINCAID, what can they do? Will they outlive the Savage Huntsman? The answer might be no, as Chibi tries to fight back, but as approach of Travis is in here, they will be going for the capture as well, and there goes, beating them to it is the kill.
Jibby has got so much of potential, but he's a late bloomer, and that's just not going to help them win matches here. Jibby needs a little bit more of that gas in the tank to be expanded out there on the battlefield if they want to get away from the Huntsmen. A fantastic first round, but the second one, when they were on the defense, it was just unfortunate with the lives.
Lives is one thing that is being expended at this point in Alpha, being captured once again by 4S KINCAID. First take already done, and let's see if the follow through will be done by Savior, and it does. Down 2 already onto the plate, just holding them back. No one can go in. The approach on this Alpha capture being done by 4S KINCAID. Jimmy in there for another slay, and it is 21-24 favoring 4S, plus the double capture that they have on that Alpha.
Oh, Jimmy is absolutely on fire now. This A point is going to be captured instantly, and Huntsman just barely had anything on them on the defense. They just could not get away from GB. GB is on a roll. The guy is absolutely on fire. 21 kills thus far. Has he even gone down in this round?
From last time we see, that is a 4 slay already on him, and is still alive and kicking, and Travis is trying to go for that flank, and as we can see, it's quite balanced in life department. It's more of the capture that they are counting on right now, but TDM gameplay or winning condition might be the factor that can be done. Damia trying to run away, but there's no way from Jimbus at this point, and Savage Huntsman has taken the lead, putting 4S KINCAID at bay for the moment.
Great play by 4S KINCAID for sure, but Huntsmen are really stepping it up. But JB getting in a double slay with a hunter killer drone will give them a tad bit of an advantage. Double the lives. 5 more left for KINCAID now at this point as Derb steps it up. Evan trying to play this game of slay. Doesn't want to waste the Sparrow yet, and good decision as Xavier outplayed him. Final life left taken away. Huntsmen get that one up.
1 up and match point for the Huntsman, but tables will be turned, and 4S KINCAID right now will be the ones on the defense. So if it can be flipped just like that by Savage Huntsman, it might be done by 4S KINCAID. Let's see as the approach. Seton goes in for the kill against Damia, but Dimi just traded them off. A trade after trade. It's 28-28, but the double capture might be the chance for the teams of the Savage Huntsman, but they have been cut short with only a few seconds being given out.
Well, let's see if or not Huntsman can finally put an end to this. KINCAID started off really hot, but they haven't been able to catch up in terms of the strategy. But gunfights wise, they have been able to keep a good balance.
Evan right now trying. Oh, finally one. And I thought that is about to expire without getting an elimination. Evan Garena going in for the double. And let's see on what he can do. It is 17-20. And capture and alpha is being done by the Huntsman. And no one is trying to go for the approach. I guess this is a bait tactic right now that is being pulled by Force KINCAID. Oh, Xavier and Sen being taken down. And still favoring Force KINCAID on the life department. It might not look good from the SAVAGE HUNTSMEN even if they take that alpha.
KINCAID choosing to just play defense on one hill. This could just be a big mistake, because if Huntsman finds a wraparound spawn trap, then KINCAID will have to defend the spawn trap plus play the objective on the defense as well. They do have an advantage in lives. JB finds that one with the Pretty, and it looks like the playoffs of Huntsman are keeping their score streaks, keeping all of their operators for the potential final round later.
Yep, later that might be the case, and all the efforts are being done based on what they have. They are sticking together so that there's a huge potential for them to get the slays. There goes the slide. Jimbo's on follow-up, but that will be killed by Zen and Derp. And Zen right now going for the slay. One more War Machine finally being brought out. This is a chance. This is the best time they can pull out, but they are down one life to their side. Ivan right now being slayed, and Zen getting away from that explosion.
Zen almost took himself out with that shot. Trav walking around. Can he find it? Claw finds no connection. Trophy system taken out of the equation. At least those grenades can do those damage now. Typee, Trav circles around. Claw does not connect. CBR4 finds it instead. But 2 more lives left here for Huntsman.
2 more lives on a 3. It's a 1v3. Jimbo's right now with his Sparrow, wasting all the operators on that final push. It's now 2-on-2. Either side can take the win.
I do not know why the Huntsman brought out 4 operators to finish off 7 lives. I will never understand, because now they are on the back foot for the final round, where 4S KINCAID are on the attack with 2 operators on toe. They all aim for that one spot, but Huntsman goes beast mode. Xavier getting the double. Can they find more for themselves? Trav is here as well. Jimmy gets taken down, and the team in yellow changes their spot towards B, but not to attack.
That is one thing. They are not attacking, but with that War Machine that has been kept in there from the previous round, has turned around for SAVAGE HUNTSMEN. Jimbo's right now trying to fire back, but no one has been spotted as they try to defend this area. And there goes the rush. Jimbo's goes down as well from the hands of Kurt, as Derp just dance around to go those lays. 21-20 onto the point. Alpha barely being captured by the team of 4S KINCAID.
Great clearance on that A control point. Now the lives are all equal. KINCAID can turn this into a team deathmatch, but they have to win out more gunfights. Damia turning on Kurth. Zen. Evan finds one for himself as well. The lives advantage on the side of 4S KINCAID, but it matters not as the defense on the side of Huntsman. GB, one more shot. Trav, what an angle to play with. Doesn't put himself in trouble against GB.
And JB right now still alive and kicking, but the balance of both lives right here is just going one at a time. Time is running out though, 26 seconds before it has been stopped. Captures being done on Alpha, 2 only on the defense, and let's see if they will be able to be successfully capturing that 8-12, 7-12 on the live department. It is the SAVAGE HUNTSMEN just losing all the lives that they have, despite of them going for the Alpha capture. They need to make it work. They need to turn this around, otherwise it might be GG for them. But with an Alpha and Bravo combination, they might be able to go and do that.
And on top of that, the players on the side of Huntsman are low in lives. No more respawns for Huntsman. Evan makes sure he takes that backstab in a perfect manner. Damia gets the hunter killer drone slay onto Derp as well. 1 more life left. What a play. What a win from 4S KINCAID.
This is a turnaround that we are expecting for KINCAID to pull out. And SAVAGE HUNTSMEN has lost the opportunity for a 3-0. But I would say that is a good thing. Both of them has 2 of the wins. And it's still fair between these 2. It's just the modes and maps that change it for them. Damia, Jimmy, Kurt, Caleb, even, and Typee is still alive. And they are kicking for that final matchup in control. They get that win.
This should have been something that Savage Huntsmen foresaw, but instead they chose to ban standoff for control. KINCAID didn't want to deal with raid. They did see the performance of Savage Huntsmen there. Yes, KINCAID does manage to win the control, but the overall series is still a dub for the Savage Huntsmen. A well-played match right back, and what a miss for Huntsmen. They could have earned an extra point here if they did not mess up that fourth round where 4 operators back-to-back were invested to take away 7 lives.
Of 4 operators, probably use 1 and see if you can take down 1 or 2 of the opponents. But using all 4, it's probably just all adrenaline from all of the players, because they're just focusing on dealing with lives, but it just didn't went into their favor, as Forest KINCAID just slowed it down. They just hang back, waited for the Savage Huntsman to make those mistakes.
JB stepping it up after we have been continuously asking him to for the past 2 games, but it just was not enough in terms of really running away from the performance of Damia. Damia is really keeping it up, but if you really want to assess this, look at the number of deaths GB took. He barely went down in that matchup. The guy was torturing the souls of the Savage Huntsman players, and that and all went to a fantastic victory finally for 4S KINCAID. A well-deserved MVP for JB as he steps up.
Yeah, he did step up, and well, expecting a lot more of step up coming from these teams, not just Forest KINCAID, but also Savage Huntsman, as we just ended 3 of the games in this series. The score for Control is 3-2, but for this series, it is 2-1, favoring Savage Huntsman. And as just a recap for those of you who just jumped in, 127 to 250 favoring Savage Huntsman, and as well as this SND 7-2. But when they jump into Crossroads in Control, well, Forest KINCAID almost could have lost that, but they turned it around with how they changed their pace.
I mean, they opened the game up with a fantastic round, and then Huntsman woke up, but 4S KINCAID beat them right back. Once again, this could have been a win on the side of Huntsman. They could have wrapped things up, but they got a little sloppy. One moment of weakness, one decision that was made for the investment of the operators turned on them. If it wasn't for that operator missed time, if it wasn't for that waste, they would have definitely walked away the victors a tad bit, not a tad bit earlier. They would have walked away the victors.
So perfect, not best of timing, but well, as we can see right now, we're still looking at the highlights. We've seen the Huntsman just dominate this game against 4S KINCAID, and when they put in that the potential of getting the win, they just carried it over match after hill after hill, and also going in for the next mode.
Yeah, Xavier was on fire in the SND. He was just all out slaying 4S KINCAID. And this is really surprising, right? To see the engagement being so good from a set of Malaysians versus a Filipino squad. This is rare. The old version of Huntsman is slowly scratching and clawing their way back into the competitive scene in Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, probably that is just the case that Savage Huntsman is just waiting for their opportunity to really show what they have, and not against the Titans that they battled first 2 series that they had. And well, 2-1, not looking bad for the side of Savage Huntsman. Again, a recap for both of these teams. Both of the team had 2 wins already against all the losses that they had. So still tied between these 2. More effort can be done to secure that number 4 if they are, or if they will be able to move after that number 4 spot to head to the playoffs.
A tad bit of a correction. I said, finally the firepower has come out of Malaysians against Filipinos, but the 2 main slayers are Filipinos. So, but doing it on behalf of a Malaysian team, so I guess that counts.
Yeah, we were
well
talking about the we were talking about the team. So overall, it is a Malaysian team. They have a lot of history. It's a good thing that they're willing to they understand and see the potential of having Filipinos part of their team. Thus, they're an open book at this point. They're willing to do as much as possible to improve how they end each Garena Masters, not only at each tournament that they jump into.
Let's see if or not we can have a interview segment with one of the boys from the side of SAVAGE HUNTSMEN. This will be their first opportunity to speak to us, as it is their victory, and that's not derp. That's not derp.
Yeah, I was thinking that derp lost the glasses, but overall, there's probably the hair, but nothing close.
Nope. I deny this derp. But so at this point of time, I don't know whose score this is. It could be Derp's 21.89 on the app. I don't even know if it's worth reading. I mean, because if this is not Derp's score, then it's pointless to read it out. If this is Derp's score, that's not Derp's face, then I can still tell you guys the scores. Either way, it's a 1.42 KD. Who's the closest to a 1.42 KD? Derp is the closest to a 1.42 KD. So this probably is Derp's stats, just not Derp's face.
It's just not their space, but at least the name is there. A case of mistaken identity. That's one thing that we are going to solve right now. But let's see if we're going to clear that up, and that might be clarified later on if Derp shows up right here for the interview.
Let's see if or not there is an interview in the first place. Yes, there is an interview segment, and it is gonna be with Derp himself. Ooh. Let's see which Derp though. Is it the fake Derp or the real Derp?
Yeah, there's a 2 there. So 2 on their tag name this time. So there might be like a doppelganger at this point. But there you have it. Derp right now from SAVAGE HUNTSMEN.
Who was that other guy, man? He looks so good, man. He's so handsome looking, man. I want to have that face.
We thought you went through plastic surgery, Derp. Congratulations.
I hope not, man. I'm grateful for this face.
Yes, agreed.
Congratulations on the victory. Congratulations on your marriage recently as well. I wish you guys a long, happy life together. The victory was obviously well fought, but what happened on control, especially that round number 4 where you guys had 4 operators there?
I would say it's a lot on composure side, because I'm playing with a bunch of rookies, especially these 3 Jimbos and Xavier and Trev. And so I've been training them to play under pressure a lot more. It's just that the pressure came to them in the moment. And hopefully in the future we're gonna fix this problem and play our best the next time we play.
Well, I think you guys did pretty well for a combination between veterans as well as rookies, Neptune.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's looking good this time around, and we've seen the history. We keep talking that you went against tough opponents previously, but what is the plan this time around? Though you didn't get a 3-0, as I guess that's what you're expecting, but what is the plan moving forward when you face off, if you face off against those teams that really brought in donut for you? Like, is there any different approach from compared to what you've already brought into the table?
Definitely is. I have a coach team now and an analyst as well for my 6th player, which is Addict, and they've been really doing a great job with analyzing other great teams and been applying what they've been doing towards us, and we've been correcting the mistakes. So every day it's been homework, and it's just a hustle, Gotta get there to the top again.
Oh, I love that, man. I love hearing this from Huntsman. I love hearing this from you, Derp. It would be fantastic to see a Malaysian team rise up to the occasion again and really give the rest of them within the server a run for their money. And it looks like you guys are most definitely on the way there. Any shout outs for the friends as well as fans who have always believed in you guys?
I want to give a shout out to the fans out there. You guys have been great, awesome, very supportive. I see you guys in the comments. But especially to my teammates, man, they've been putting out really great energy, great vibes, and we've been playing very well. And the struggles that we've been through, although we've been together for only 2 to 3 weeks, but the improvements have been very very big. So I hope there's so much more to give in the future.
And we are looking forward to all of that as well. Good luck for the rest of your matches. It looks like you guys are geared to get into the knockout stages for sure with this sort of a performance. Good luck on your journey towards that.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Bye bye.
Yes. Thank you, Deb. Thank you.
Yeah,
That's how you
well,
answer
thank you.
questions on an interview.
Exactly. I mean,
Just wanna say.
like it's
So,
you can see the honesty, everything that has been laid out directly, and I love the news as well because I saw in the comment section as well, and I guess it has been talked to previously that having a coach and analyst to help them buy, and finally Derp just told us that they have so a lot of improvement, a lot of effort being put out in here by the team. Thus, they looking forward to more and what they can offer. Looking forward to more of what they can offer in here. Coach, analysts, a lot of
yep.
changes in rosters. That's a good sign for Savage Huntsman.
And it's been a while since I've seen a smile like that on Derb's face.
Yeah.
I like that. And there are moments with Derb where if he is on game, he is going to carry the squad all the way through the tournament. And that's the kind of Derb we are seeing out there on the battlefield. That's the kind of Derb that we have seen on the interview segment as well. And I hope to see more of that. The team looks solid. Everybody's playing their roles. Everybody's getting their job done. I love the fact that they've got this newest addition in the name of Gym Boss, which is just a boss out there on the battlefield. I like that, man. I mean, and because not a lot of people can step into a team like the Huntsmen and off the bat do as well as Gym Boss, right? So I'm liking that. We are going to be taking a quick short break. When we come back, though, Neptune, we've got the series that I don't know if many people have been looking forward to, but I have definitely been looking forward to.
Yeah, we'll have to find out on how each mode and game will be ended by the team because, as you mentioned, you want to see some execution, and this might be a chance for us to do so if in case it will be led by the opposing team of ZHIG ZHAG. But again, that is just an assumption. We are going to see that later on. That is the fourth match, the fourth series of this day. But before that, we are going to go for a quick break.
Final match of the day. This is Garena Masters Season 5, Day 5 of the group stages, and it's the third day of play for Group A. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. And it looks like, as we head on into this next match, it's going to be one-sided, that's for sure. But what sort of a team do we get this time around? Do we have ZHIG ZHAG, who continues to troll their opponents out there on the battlefield, or will they give some fans what they want? Because there's a split in terms of the fan base here.
Yeah.
Some absolutely love the trolls out of ZHIG ZHAG. It's entertainment on a whole other level in the competitive scene of Call of Duty Mobile. Some others want ZHIG ZHAG to be super serious in that matchup. I don't know if they know what they're asking for, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, if in case ZHIG ZHAG goes super serious, that would be a complete decimation of opponent. I mean, regardless of which one it is, but we know how well ZHIG ZHAG, the players of ZHIG ZHAG has done in the past, and we've seen that even in against the Titans, especially in the group stages, they are like switching it up. They don't want to give all the strats as well. They want to have fun. They want to enjoy the game, and this is their chance to do so. So for those who are asking too much from them, well, let's give them a little slack. Let's let them enjoy, because they have plenty of chances to do so, especially as the record that they have right now.
Garena Masters has never been conquered by ZHIG ZHAG before. Even in their old form of Almighty, they have not conquered Garena Masters. I mean, we have seen them be the champions of SMP events, SMP tournaments in the past, but Garena Masters specifically, they just have not gone all the way. And on top of all of that, they've got a re-roster this time around as well. Now, none of that is going to be affecting their next matchup. This is against Spender. No disrespect to Spender. I love them. I love the fact that they were just a bunch of randoms who have just stumbled into Garena Masters Season 5, but it's going to be a tough match.
Yeah, definitely a tough match indeed. But let's check out the schedule, especially for those just jumping in. We started off with LVX against PV SAGE. 3-0 has happened. SKADI has also offered a donut to Four Suits Esports. The match that we just saw earlier, SAVAGE HUNTSMEN took 2 against 4S KINCAID, and with that final control, 4S KINCAID grab 1 for themselves. That the last series that we have, Spender and ZHIG ZHAG. This is, well, again, hopefully this is something that everyone would enjoy, and despite of that, hopefully Spender will be able to enjoy this as well as much as ZHIG ZHAG.
That's I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if the latter of what you asked for can be a possibility out there on the series. Maybe Spender will have a little bit of chance. Maybe if they bring out their very best, and we have an to the trollers of the highest level of trolls out of ZHIG ZHAG on this next matchup. Maybe that might be a possibility. You know, ZHIG ZHAG goes melee only. Spender goes, all out with their guns. Obviously, that's what's going to be needed to take down ZHIG ZHAG. Because if Spender goes down to melee only mode with ZHIG ZHAG, I think it'll be very painful still.
Yeah, I'm worried about the ones who are going to pull together the highlights for that game, because that would be a task for them. Because like if you're looking at good gameplay, it's difficult to get that if everyone is just going for that all melee. But looking at the team lineup of ZHIG ZHAG, we have Incendio, Irfan J, FDX, Bingo, Shut Up, and Skurd. And this lineup, there's a lot of changes compared to the original, but has brought in a lot of firepower in this season.
Absolutely, man. Just in this one team alone, you have got 4 countries being represented. You've got Singapore, you've got Philippines, you've got Malaysia, you got Indonesia, all in one squad. ZHIG ZHAG represents Garena, baby. Okay, in terms of nationality, okay? We can add on a few more there. There's some potential, but I don't want to be losing any more Singaporeans off of this squad, because the 3 Singaporeans that make up this team of ZHIG ZHAG, Incendio, Irfan J, as well as, who's the third player?
That is
only 2
Bingo.
players. No, Bingo's from Malaysia. There's only 2 Singaporean players. Okay, my bad. I'm bad at math. Terrible at math, as a matter of fact. So the 2 Singaporeans that make up this team, I don't want to lose them, man. Oh, wait, Irfan J. Yeah. Okay, wait, I said that.
Yeah. Well, no one wants to lose them. They are
Mm-mm.
part of the OG teams that has represented this team as well as their region, and it's a good thing that the mix and match right now is working for them. And looking forward to more from Jig Jag. Probably that's one reason why they named themselves that, because of the diversity that they have, going left and right, going Jig Jag at this point. But let's check out the lineup for Spender, AJ.
Alik, Melayu OP, Pino, Purge, Siege, and Rayasan, as well as Relax. Purge C is a battle royale player. You know Chillup, bro. You know ABC Mystic. This guy just set up a bunch of players who wanted to play Call of Duty Mobile for fun. They went through the qualifiers and they stumbled into Garena Masters. What about that?
Yeah, I mean, gives great potential, especially for those in the comment section, no, those watching us right now, if they want to jump in, as long as they have what it takes to be able to pull up a team together and go and qualify for Garena Masters. This is your chance, because Spender did it, but it's not just pulling together a team. Like, there's still a lot of mechanical skills involved in this game, despite of how it has ended for each match for them. There's a lot of potential for Spender at this point. So, well,
Yeah.
looking forward to them show a lot of improvement, or show great fight against Jig Jag in this matchup.
You know, I don't think you really understand how I feel, Neptune, because can you imagine shoutcasting throughout the whole tournament and you have to continuously say underwear? Because that's exactly what Spender means in Malaysia, bro. So it's just hella awkward for me, and it's just unfortunate, all right? It's unfortunate. But I'm just going to share the joke with you guys so that you understand the epicness of every time I say this team's name. And if I laugh, you know, wait, the camera angle for Chillup is it's nasty. Chillup is, my God, production.
Yeah, hopefully that would be fixed at this point. But well, you can continue on for.
Chillup's argument is like nothing needs to be fixed. You have the perfect view of exactly what you need to see, all right? That's Team Spender for you. A bunch of trolls meeting a bunch of other trolls, except one troll, one side of the trolls are very, 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 very good at Call of Duty Mobile. The other bunch of trolls are very creative.
Yeah, let's put it that they're creative indeed.
I'm speechless, bro. I mean, in what world, in what creation do you put your camera there and think it's a good angle? Chillup, I will never understand, bro. But I think Chillup is really living his moment, because for Battle Royale, it's very difficult to have every single player cam on broadcast, right? Chillup's like, I know the solution to this. I'm going to create an MP team. Mustacha's always running all of these MP tournaments out there. I'm going to join it, and I'm going to get my 5 seconds of fame. And you got to love it. You got to love it. You got to love this team.
Well, hopefully we are going to love them more after each of the battle. I'm pretty sure a lot of let's see if there is a fan base already in their comment section. We saw them in the comment section previously, but I don't want to say it. Let's say not in a good way. At some point.
You know, you see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I really want to take this team seriously, but the team members themselves are not taking the team seriously. Okay, so that is very evident from the team name as well as the logo. It's just underwear. All right, they are trying to tell you something without telling you anything about the team. Okay, I don't want to go further with that statement. I'll let your creativity guide your brain for the time being. Summit Tunisia standoff. These are the 3 maps where we are going to see Spender tortured.
You just went to it. You just jumped the gun and mentioned that they will be tortured. But, well, statistics show and how it is going for them, it is a great possibility. Like, guess 90% is close enough. But again, Summit, we've seen that game earlier. Let's see how much point they have, if it will be better from what we've seen them in the future. Against PV SAGE, they had 55. Against SKADI, they had 19. And
It's
against
so cute. It's so cute how you're bringing up numbers for this series, Neptune. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It is very cute, my friend. But let's this match is for fun. We are gonna have a jolly good time shoutcasting this one for you guys. It's just gonna be OG Mustachio Neptune time. I swear to you. And you want to know what's the biggest troll of the day? The biggest troll of the day will be ZHIG ZHAG losing a match to Spender. That will be the most epic troll, courtesy of ZHIG ZHAG, for the whole of the audience base.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, we've seen ZHIG ZHAG, certainly one specific player, pull in a lot of troll gameplay, a lot of his own style of trolling. So let's see if they will go that far in terms of them trolling.
I don't mind any trolls, but I want a serious hardpoint match, because SKADI took a very serious hardpoint matchup against Spender, and Spender only took away 9 points. I'm wondering, just the thought in my head, what happens if ZHIG ZHAG goes all out in this match? Like they're going up against ECR Bookie or Smarter Mega kind of a matchup, right? I want to see how Team Spender handles that kind of ZHIG ZHAG.
Well, let's see as the battle starts, and it is the team of ZHIG ZHAG right now starting off not only in points but also in elimination. 3 points already and a total of 5 to their name. They're still open onto that hill, and none from the team Spender is getting through.
Well, they are trying. They hop on in there. They are getting a couple of frags, but that's about it. This is just the moment where you go into a rank-based match and then you find out Pusangala, the team that you're taking on, is ZHIG ZHAG, baby. 25, and they managed to break the hill for 1 second, and ZHIG ZHAG still gives it away. It's going to be player number 1, Malayu OP. OP indeed, as he takes the hill away from ZHIG ZHAG themselves.
Yep, and with a few more seconds to their side, they have brought it to 11 points. 7 seconds remaining, and ZHIG ZHAG just takes it back. I guess this is what you're asking for. A little bit of seriousness coming from ZHIG ZHAG at this point. Irf and Jay already preparing the rotation, going in on that P2, and a little bit too close right now onto the area where a team of a Spender will be spawning, but they back away, back to that hill, focusing more on ending this hill with a lot of points.
11 points already for Team Spender. They have got the capability of doing this. If they can pull away 11, they can pull away 111. Let's see them try against Team ZHIG ZHAG. 50 points already on the pull, and the Team Spender has got a split push coming on through. They get slain out halfway through. Hunter Killer Drone gets taken out of the sky. That's a little bit of Spender for you. But Incendio being forced to use the War Machine as he tries to hold Spender back. Spender breaks the hill. 1 second. Freddy eats them, but Spender still has it.
They still has it. It opens up a bit, but as you can see the approach, they are trying to go and clear the way. Skirt right now taking the second floor with only 9 seconds remaining for this side. It might be a chance for Spender to capture it. Whoa! Skirt misses that, and we see the reaction of Skirt really disappointed with that movement. Thus, they need to go for that rotation onto that P3 preparation as being set with anchor of ZHIG ZHAG.
Oh, I love this, man. Spender playing some crazy strats out there, flank from the wide angle over at the water tower. 3 players trying to attack to take the spawn away. Spender knows how to play this down to the T. They are trying hard to shut down ZHIG ZHAG. I love this, Spender. Go, boys, go!
Go indeed. Go and take them down as they are gathering up to go for the approach. Pain right now with a War Machine gameplay. Skirt has been taken down. A few more out in the open. FDX finally takes him down with a 9-later as well. But on the back of 3 guys was able to take down a few players, and they are on to the hill. 20 seconds and counting down. They have counting down. They have a chance to move up their points, but it has been taken back by ZHIG ZHAG. Control of that spawn is not being taken just yet. Thus, they need to go for the early rotation. Probably this is where the luck brings them.
Oh, a double hunter killer drone out for the prowl. Spender needs to hide themselves as quickly as possible. They shoot it out of the sky instead. You gotta love that out of Spender. Pino finds shut up, and Spender's gonna be picking up the first few points, all thanks to our league, and they automatically do better than they performed against SKADI. You gotta respect Spender for them. But how much can they rip away from ZHIG ZHAG? Can they get to the 100-point mark? If they keep this up, they most definitely can.
Yeah, good potential for them to be able to reach that century mark. Irfan J right now onto the side, but with R9, is able to take down one, but has been taken out with a nade as well. Oh, Purge a C for the backstab and waiting on the stairs. A few more hits, but the spray will not work for them as Irfan J just rushes in. And those who rush in is ZHIG ZHAG with 20 seconds to spare for this hill. Preparation being done already as the V1 is about to open up in a bit. Points slowly being taken from both sides. It's more of a capture that really needs to be done more by Spender.
Yeah, Irfan J is on a 6-3 already. This guy's on a roll. Can he get the 7th? Yes, he does. And the 8th as well before getting taken down. He is fully streaked out already. Purifier in hand. Spender only with 37 points. Irfan J and squad with 137, 100-point lead over Spender. And they are pulling it wide apart.
Wide apart indeed. 3-man already into that P1 rotation of the Spender not working down as they are being taken down one at a time. A league right now rushes in to take down against Irfan J, but Skird pulls him back and just waiting onto the corner. One is only stepping in onto that hill. Well, with a parade coming from Irfan J. OP will be taken down as well on the other side. 166 to 37, 35 remaining onto this hill. They need to chain it onto that P2. Preparation being done by Incendio.
Spender still giving in their every single bit of effort. Malayu OP shutting down the one and only Incendio himself. But for every kill Spender takes, ZHIG ZHAG takes 5. That's gonna be a little bit of a mismatch in terms of firepower out there on the battlefield. But the Malaysians are not giving up. They're going for it. Once again, they are performing better against ZHIG ZHAG than they did against SKADI. This is a team that took the loss. They took it on the chin and they stepped back in here with more effort, more hustle. You gotta respect that. Can they find more? Can they hit that 50-point mark? Nobody can take on ZHIG ZHAG as a couple of randoms and walk away with a lot. So Spender's showing the hustle.
Yeah, this is a different shadow, different phase of Spender at this point. They want to get serious, and this is against ZHIG ZHAG, and they are doing so. A few more points they will be able to reach, but with Incendio stopping them onto that hill, with a few, it's 4 combo, 4 spree already going in for 5. A lot of elimination coming in for the side of Incendio, and there goes the hit with 22 seconds to spare. Very, very close to close it on a 250. FPX is the ones who takes over the range of controlling the catwalks, and they have a remaining 10 seconds to spare for them to go for the rotation.
Hats off to Pino and Relax from the side of Spender, the only two that are really keeping up with the gunfights of ZHIG ZHAG. Purge and Malayu OP, they step it up as I say those words. Relax finding a couple of frags for himself as well, but they're not finding those kills. Early rotation from Spender. What a play. They're going to be able to control the spawn off of ZHIG ZHAG, but can they handle the firepower? ZHIG ZHAG steps on in with dominance, and they step into the spawn as well. Irfan J slaying out Spender.
Irfan J with the 3 quick in there. Scared right now on control. Hold up the X, almost beating into it. But as the rush is happening at this point, they are now 20 or less than 20, 30 points for that win. 50 mark already been taken by Spender. A few more and they will be able to do a lot more against the battle they had on PV SAGE. But it is too much to ask because with only a few seconds, ZHIG ZHAG might be able to end this.
Spender is trying to spawn manage. Spender is working hard on the strategy. This is a random team playing this down to the T. They find the scraps as well. Freddy, a big one, only finds a single one. That's all you can afford, ZHIG ZHAG. But then there's another player in the name of Skird trying to stop the bleeding. They are fighting hard to keep Spender down, but you cannot stop the fight. You cannot put Spender down just yet. Spender rotating all the way across. 57 seconds, but it's too late. ZHIG ZHAG beats them down, but a spectacular performance from Spender.
For the final second of that game that Zhig Zhag has to win the game, it has been stopped by Spender, and they put up a lot of effort in this game. Reaching that 50 mark is a feat already compared to the previous one when they battle against SKADI. And Zhig Zhag right now, we've seen a lot of seriousness from their gameplay as well in this match.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess it's no trolling at this point. Everyone's going serious.
Dude, no, man. They were not given the room to troll.
Yeah.
That's what you need to respect out of Spender. Spender could have been stomped. Spender could have been torn apart. Spender could have been left in tatters, as we always treat our Spenders, okay? But they did not give that room for Zhig Zhag to play the way they wanted to play. They did not allow Zhig Zhag to trample all over them. They put up a fantastic fight. Pino stood on a pedestal in comparison to the rest of his team members, especially in the early parts of the game. He was finding the slays, and then the rest of the players stepped it up from the side of Spender. Look at this. Nobody is under-fragging on the side of Spender in comparison to the other. Everybody putting out an equal amount of effort. And these are just random players, guys. These guys are random players. This is not even a proper team, but I think Spender should really think about getting serious about their gameplay. We saw some spawn management out there as well. They were going in for the early rotations. They were breaking the spawn, especially on the money hill. They were focusing on the priorities of the matchup. Obviously, Zhig Zhag was going to win the game. We see the massive number of kills. But respect, dude. I did not expect the fight out of Spender.
Yep, well, there you have it. We have Spender showing a lot of fight on them, and Zhig Zhag is just a huge rock to stop them on their hills. We just ended that hard point, and the score is 250-53. This is, I would say, fairly good game from what we've seen. Spender just fought it, but again, no questions. Regardless of what Spender has done, it's just Zhig Zhag being Zhig Zhag at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it was always going to be an uphill battle. It was always going to be a one-sided fight. But, you know, they once again did not allow themselves to get bullied. You know, this is like that little kid in school who always gets picked on, and then finally one day you see him stand up for himself, and it's against the biggest bully on the playground. That's crazy, right? Spender did that. Spender walked away with a couple of bruises for sure. Spender lost the fight, okay? Yeah. Expecting them to win the fight maybe is a little bit of a long shot, but they stood their ground. They fought it, and I think they really took that well. But let's see if or not they can pull off some miracle rounds here in S&D as well. I think if they can replicate what they did out there for Hardpoint, the discipline is shown in S&D, I'm excited all of a sudden for the series.
Yeah, and it goes back to the saying, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. And that is what Spender showed in there. And again, looking forward to a lot more as they jump into Search and Destroy. This Tunisia, by the way, a lot of teams, a lot of viewers out there really are familiar in this. I love this map as well. And let's see on how the battle is going to unfold. Spender this time is on the attacker. They can take the pace of this as defenders will be Zhig Zhag.
Chalup with the scopes. Irfan J's gonna stay well hidden. Shows up, finds Ali. Chalup goes down as Incendio Scope spots him. Relax with one trade right back. Pino and Relax. Once again, the two players who did really well for that hardpoint matchup. Alive and kicking, but Relax. Told to relax until the next round. Pino, can he find one? FDX says, Jalapeno, get out of here. You ain't spicy.
You ain't spicy. You're not that hot just yet. And let's see if that will warm up these teams in this next round. 1-0 right now. Quick play being done by Spender has brought them a few of the players put down that quickly as well. Zhig Zhag is going for the 1-2-2 split as the approach of Alpha once again is being done. A few on the winery already moving in on top of Irfan J. Let's see if they will smart them to it. And there you have it. The hit by Malayo OP. And FPX responded with a double.
Irfan J just got meleeed. Your troll, your king of trolls, Irfan J just got meleeed by Melayu OP. Melayu OP aku salute no. Kau ni lain macam do. I am dying. What in the world did I just... I wish we could have seen that on broadcast. Okay, he's out with the Cali sticks once again, but can we just see Malay OP?
Let's see if Malay OP will be shown this time. And I want to see what the response of Irfan J will be this time around. If he'll be able to do the same thing. Incendio trying to go for the peak. Misses that.
Wow.
And Purge C was able to take down Skirt. But a double hit from ZHIG ZHAG brings it to a 2v4.
Irfan J is pissed, but Chalop drops Irfan J, the player stepping up. Chalop all alone in a 1v3, and FDX says not today, son. 3-0 Spender. Getting absolutely torn apart.
Yeah, they're becoming the big spender. I don't know the lyrics to that song, but you know what I mean, AJ. We're in that age at this point, but not so much a big spender as they are spending just their lives in this game. 3-0. And rotation right now is not still not proving great for the Spenders. 2 down already to their side. A leak being taken down by Irfan J. There's a huge seriousness coming from Irfan J at this point when we thought that he might be able to flip that Irfan J switch after that melee.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. But you know, a lot of discipline is going to be required here so that ZHIG ZHAG does not get embarrassed. Can you imagine if Spender counter trolls them? Can you imagine if Spender walks away with a troll round on ZHIG ZHAG? That would be the most insulting thing in the whole wide world, and ZHIG ZHAG is afraid of that right now. They have to take their opponent seriously.
Let's see. Jello was able to take down Shut Up and Pino against Skirt. It is now a 3v3 situation. And as we can see,
let's go.
Spender is backing off, just baiting them in for the lineup. But FDX sees Chellup and takes him down.
Oh, Chellup down and out of the count already. Malayu OP down by FDX as well. Pino, final player. HVK in hand. Irfan J's gonna find one, and Pino turns on him. Irfan J, that's what you get for being cheeky to the one and only Pino. Pino circles around. He knows he's gonna be in a little bit of trouble now. On Winery, the player is stacked. It's gonna be the one and only FDX and the LCAR9 going up against Pino in a couple of seconds.
A 1v2 situation and a little bit too close. Pino sees one and was able to take down FDX. Brought down to 1v1. Pino against Incendio. Let's see who will win. Will that be this close? Oh, backs turn. Incendio, no, waiting for him to turn his face around. And 4-0 taken by ZHIG ZHAG.
Spender pushing ZHIG ZHAG to the limit. Spender bringing them down to just a one-man showdown. Captain Incendio needed to win that for the lives and for the souls and for the faces of ZHIG ZHAG. Holy Lord, what am I even watching? Berkeley, first blood, Irfan J's head taken off.
Taken off indeed, and there's nobody that will be running off just like a chicken. Incendio right now setting off a grenade, going in onto that alpha. Let's see if the plant will be done by a leak, and there you have it. Timer is now running down. Chill up right now on the scopes, and let's see if he will be able to spot in anyone. But on the other side, it's a leak being taken down by Shut Up. Oh, missed opportunity for Chill Up at this point. Another one for him as Relax has been brought down.
Spender so close to taking the round. Pino finally dropped by Shut Up. It's gonna be a 2v2. The bomb has been planted by Spender. Malayu OP turns, but Shut Up hits the double and denies Spender once again. But what a close round. Spender, you've got a new fan.
Yeah, very, very close round. Was able to take down 4 of the players before that final moment. 5-0 right now. ZHIG ZHAG is still on the roll, and Spender needs to do a different approach. Later on, they will be the ones in the defense, but this time the attack is being brought in by Relax. What approach will they do? They want to go to Alpha once again.
Incendio finds Chilope and puts the trouble down early this time. Irfan J's not gonna allow Pino to pick up his frags. Malayu OP whipping out the Cali stick. Skirt sorts out Alik. Relax with the one turn onto Shut Up, and Skirt's gonna get one onto Relax, leaving Malayu OP all alone. Can he get a melee before he takes one down? Malayu OP finds Irfan J. Irfan J just nerfed against the Malaysians.
Malayu OP against Irfan J, but here comes Malayu OP. Oh my God! Once again, that Cali stick right now on the play, and this is too much OP for Malayu OP.
Malayu OP almost taken down. FDX forced to use the LK9. Oh, and FDX with a quick scope. He was sweating. FDX almost peed his pants.
Almost indeed.
Come on.
He might need to change his spender after that. 6-0 match point. Zig Zag in
Oh my
this
lord.
game. It is now 1-4 for Zig Zag to take the win, but I think Spender will be able to pull through this time around.
FDX was like, hell no, son. You ain't meleeing me today. You're not gonna melee me in your life. He pulled off the quickest quick scope of his life that we have seen in a while, but FDX finds still up early this time round. Incendio, can he find a quick peek out here? Malayu OP on the right hand side. Incendio will be able to quick scope him to the next round. Instant shutdown. Shut up now. Spot on Ali. No. Ah! He doesn't go for it. He doesn't go for it.
All right, it is now a 1v4.
Uh-oh.
Will this be a 10? Oh, what? What? Scared
wanted to, but he accidentally meleeed him. What a noob move, Scared. He wanted to go for the execution. He's so disappointed. He's like, oh no, what did I do?
Well, it's bad enough to be disappointed, but disappointed by yourself after making that makes it worse the double time. But Zig Zag getting the winner, getting a win in this search and destroy. And I don't know how I can straighten up my face after that battle, AJ, because this is just an enjoyable battle between these two teams.
Oh, I love the fight. I love the spirit from Spender. Dude, I've always loved Zig Zag. Zig Zag's just that team, you know. But they haven't been able to call themselves Garena Masters champions just yet. And, you know, trolling is not going to get them all the way up to the top. But if they can get there even by trolling, that's going to make a huge statement out there, because a lot of teams are taking the competition super seriously. And FDX, you see him getting that 9 frags. That 1 frag was on Malayu OP, who almost meleeed FDX into the next round.
Well, it is 7-0 this time, but I can see a great fight being pulled out by Cello as well as Pino. I mean, like Spenders at this point probably might not feel it just yet, but there's still a lot of respect that that can be shown, especially if they give out everything they have. Well, maybe not in the final moment, wherein a few of the players are just, I think they were stalled because of how it was rotating. But in the first early part of that game, like Spender really give out a lot.
Let's see who manages to walk away with this match. I mean, I tell you, if Alik had gotten some frags, I think Zig Zag would have been in a lot of trouble, man. It's just having that one player not really perform has affected Spender a tad bit. But once again, love the fight, love the hilariousness out of all of the engagements out there on the battlefield. And Zig Zag actually panicking and Skirt missing the execution. That's going to be the highlight of my series, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the reaction in his face. He missed that opportunity, and well, as I would say, not really once in a lifetime, but that's a chance for him to really do that a little bit easier compared to the other teams or players that we have in here. But as we can see, that was already a 2-0, and we're heading to control. Let's see if an attempt of that will be done by Skur. Not only that, for the other teams as well. Again, my cheek is hurting after that search and destroy.
I don't know what you are going to walk away with from that match. All I'm walking away with is Irfan J got meleeed by Malayu OP. That's first. We missed that on cam. But I'm always going to remember that. The audience is now going to remember that for the rest of their lives too. Irfan J, you got to reclaim your honor, brother. And Skirt, he had a perfect execution waiting right in front of him. I mean, Shut Up was trolling, but Skirt had that execution. And he was struggling, bro. He was struggling. So Skirt and Irfan J, you have brought this honor upon the brand of Zig Zag and the history of trolling that you guys have brought into the competition.
Hopefully we can have, because that's already 2 points for Jig Jag. So most likely we were going to have them on an interview. Hopefully we'll have Irfan J on that interview segment. But so we can ask him like what's his take on that, or probably scared later on.
That'll be fun. The match has started. This time it's going to be controlled at standoff, baby. Let's see exactly how Spender works their way out of this one.
Yep, rotation right now into the mid. They are being taken down slowly, but they were able to fight back, especially as the capture is being done by Jig Jag in here onto that alpha. First take already been taken, but the lives of Spender is at a disarray. It is now going into second take. Shut up is once entitled. Go in for that capture, but Incendio just doesn't want to let anyone pass through this area. 6 lives deficit between these 2 teams, and Alpha almost captured. A few more seconds remaining.
Oh, and then Alpha gets captured in the blink of an eye. The players on the side of Jig Jag barely broke a sweat as they did it. Barely any engagements out there. Really for Spender to be proud of as well. But the numbers have been kept in a decent manner. Spender has a good way of walking out of this if they can stay hidden and take a couple of extra frags.
That's extra frags indeed. That's what they are doing with Skirt. But shot up Trazip, Malayo OP in that gunfight, and 30-20 on the lives department. Irfan J being taken down in there by Alik. And with a 12-18, plenty of time to spare for the capture. Jig Jag is not doing so. Good position from 2 sides of Spender, as they just step in onto that Bravo.
Malayo OP is just on standby to get a melee again for himself. He's like, yeah, I know. I'm going to try for this match, but it's hard. Pino and Alik, though, stepping it up, not giving up just yet. Incendio with a backstab. Grau will be able to take them out of the equation. This being captured on the double. 1 player on for the defense. Alik and the KRM, can they find this? They slide on in with the smoke, but Malayo OP gets smoked instead.
Yeah, misses the opportunity for the slide in the hit against Incendio. Incendio is still alive, already on a 5 spree. Going in for the capture, second tick on this Bravo with only 1 guy remaining, who will not be showing at this point. Let's see. There you have it. Purge C was able to take down Shut Up, but the information has been relayed. Position is compromised.
13 lives left for Jig Jag. Hello, fine turns on Shut Up. FTX taken out as well. They want him. They want him. They want him good. And he manages to get away. Incendio finishes him off with a karambit. It's illegal, man. Execution only.
It's like one of the mayhem from Mustachio right there. There are certain rules that you have to abide for that make it worth it. But let's see if that will be done later on. FBX starting off against Malayo OP.
Malayo OP down and out already, and Incendio finds Jalop as well. The other 2 players on the other side, but Heis is a little bit of a ready. Only takes away 1 player. Malayo OP taken out, and he takes a 180 on to relax as well. Hunter Killer Drone, does it find 1 for himself? And it looks like it is just a spree for Incendio. 8 kills in a row. The guy hasn't gone down yet.
Yep, now going down for this guy, and just looking for anyone wherever he might be able to think the opponents are. But this is one thing, Incendio assuming that they will be in an expected position, but not Spender. They will be in an unexpected position compared to what he's seen previously. And Pino right now pulls out his own War Machine.
Yeah, Pino with a smart plays, but Spender's keeping the life in the balance. Haven't been able to pull off a fantastic attack just yet, though. Do they just want to play lives against one of the best skirmishes that you can see out there? Jig Jag will serve it up to you hot. 11 more lives, 10 in addition for the side of Jig Jag. 15 seconds to go. This is not winnable for Spender by the looks of things.
Yep, and the trap has been triggered at this point. 4 lives remaining, and Irfan J not yet being taken down after 4. Make that 5, and might be going in for 6. There goes the hit, and that is Kurd, who finishes it off 2-0, favoring Jig Jag.
Jig Jag not struggling in control. There was a little bit of fight from Spender in hardpoint, and I think they really gave their all for that S&D, but it seems like those spirits have been snuffed out for this control matchup. It seems pretty one-sided, Neptune.
Yep, it's looking like it's one-sided. It's a winning condition not really being taken by the side of Spender. But in terms of lives, the control of losing all those lives is starting slow from the beginning of the game. But as we say that, they had been spended with 2 or 3 more to make it a 24 and 27. Relax right now, opportunity taken, and takes down Shut Up in the process. On the other side, a lot more is being done for Spender to make their spread more on the opposition against ZHIG ZHAG, but SKADI right now slowly moving in and breaking through the warehouse.
Let's see if or not Spender will be able to walk away with this. Is a control point being sneaked away slowly, but here comes SKADI and squad. They want to spring the spawn trap and not allow these players from the side of Spender to get out of their homes.
Yeah, no getting out of their homes. They are in quarantine right now, and they are left with 6 lives on their side. Shut Up leading this area as the rest of the teams of ZHIG ZHAG is going for rotation. Incendio still anticipating position being done by the team of Spender, but he hasn't caught anyone just yet. It is just Shut Up and Incendio moving in from all the sides for damage to slowly creep in onto the final moment. But a league right now pulls out the Sparrow, was able to take down 2, and let's see how much more he can do as he is being waited on and probably rushed by 2 or 3 of the players.
Just don't take yourself out with the Sparrow, please. Okay, all right, grenade on for the pop as well. KRM's gonna be able to do the dance around. What's the player? Alik shuts down Irfan J with a 180. What a play by Alik! This is the highlight reel for him. Sends out the hunter killer drone. One player on the other side to take down, and Alik still gets the 180 on Shut Up. Spots the player in the corner. Scared, a double setup there by the players. Alik gets away. No melee for you, Jose. Scared goes down. FDX busted, and it looks like Alik is on a roll.
On a roll, 5 spree already, 14 to his name, dancing around and not yet being caught. And as you can see, a lot of elimination already coming from him. Lives of ZHIG ZHAG is being spended one at a time. Oh, reload has to happen, but one was able to get away from that side. Alik right now focusing on who to go through and go after next, as 1 minute remaining on the clock. But the rush is on. Execution has been done against Alik.
But you gotta respect the gameplay, bro. The guy was flying around left, right, center, shotgun galore. Alik the man. But ZHIG ZHAG got the win.
Yeah, that's quite quick, fast fingers, I would say, because with the movement that Alik has been doing, triggering that execution will not be easy. But I guess, like, it's just ZHIG ZHAG that we have in there, and the close quarter combat Alik. I would say great work on the KRM though, but ZHIG ZHAG just got that win against them. What a way to end that game.
Oh, that was a fantastic match for sure. ZHIG ZHAG going all out for the final execution, but you gotta see the fight in Spender, man. Yes, they may have stumbled in here. Yes, the first 2 days, they did not do so well. We didn't see the effort, but today against ZHIG ZHAG, their biggest opportunity, the biggest fight of their lives. I can bet my life they have not gone up against a team bigger and better than ZHIG ZHAG before in their history of playing as pros. It's been a very short ride as pros, but there's never been a team bigger than ZHIG ZHAG, and they put out their all. We saw hilarious moments, we saw highlight moments, but of course it was not going to be enough to beat ZHIG ZHAG. But you got to respect the hustle from them. The winners were always going to take that away, but they didn't get to troll all that too much.
Yeah, only in the final moment. So still salute to both teams. They put up a good fight, and like, it's just refreshing to see that the community is still up with this kind of enjoyable moments. And looking forward to more of teams like Spender and teams like Spender who can put up a team and, I would say, jump in competitions, improve further to be able to qualify in competitions just like this. Fresher faces, fresher teams that can give us a little bit of mix of what Garena Call of Duty Mobile is really about.
I love the ending to the day. Let's take a quick highlight back once again of the matches as well as the scores. 250 to 53, 7-0, 3-0. Zig Zag managed to zigzag their way to victory, and Spender has been left in tatters here as they get defeated.
Sorry. Can't help it when you pull out those word plays, especially when you explained what the meaning of that is. But I would agree. I mean, Spender has a huge wall against them. It is Zig Zag, and well, not just a huge wall, but a huge road to go through. And they go and Zig Zag against them. But well, it is what it is. 3-0 this time, still concreting the record for the team Zig Zag. Spender is doing the same in their own kind, in their own way. But again, as I would say, that is the best game ever, the most enjoyable. I'm not saying that they enjoyed the other games. It's just that this is the most enjoyable of these matchup.
I mean, no doubt there whatsoever. I think Spender had the time of their lives as well, putting on the performance for us. And there were just not many moments, not many instances where Spender could really overtake this game. But Hardpoint was just that type of game mode where it gave them small wins that they'll remember forever.
Exactly. I mean, imagine them battling it on, all the trade-offs that they've done, and there's a hard-to-point map. And again, like we pointed it out as well, compared to the second series that they went into, this is a lot better. And given that it is against Zig Zag, who's like, there's not so much of evidence of them pulling out or pulling back from their engagement. Just great gameplay from both teams, and search and destroy. It started off strong until such time as Malayo OP triggered that one thing that might change everything.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. He meleeed the one and only Clutch King Irfan J. There's just no way you walk away from that alive. And then Incendio got knocked out by the Cali sticks as well. We missed the first one, not the second. Malayu OP had his moment.
Yeah, and I guess this is that instance. Oh, he made that mistake. The reaction, I was wondering, like, what was the reaction? I know that probably if it's in a room or probably a boot camp or wherever, everyone knows he's playing, but that scream might have been louder than whatever has been heard in that house.
Yeah, if your mother was at home, she would run bursting into the room like, son, what happened? That is that kind of scream. Mama would panic.
Yeah, but there's no panicking though for the side of Alik right here, especially in the final moment. Was able to get a lot of eliminations, but there's a moment where it has been pulled, and you can see Alik's reaction to that. He wants to fight more. He wants to show more, but he was caught in the final moment. But no one is catching this guy. This is the MVP of the game. Zig Zag Incendio with 25 on the average kills, average death of 17, and 2.94 on the KD.
Oh my goodness. I mean, those are monstrous stats, but what can you expect from one of the best players out there from Singapore, bro? Incendio has always been a great player, a great leader, and a great entertainer out there on the battlefield, be it on his streams or on the pro plays, representing Singapore as well as the whole server at times. I mean, these guys have got great accolades. It's just that in recent times, they have not been taking it all the way. I've got a few tough questions for them, Neptune.
Yeah, well, let's see. We were given a little bit of hint of who will be on the interview later on, but let's see on what will be the response on that question. But I mean, still, this is I would say the most enjoyable and the most at ease ending this game. But let's see on what's going to happen this time. We have an interview, the 3-0 being offered by Zig Zag. So yeah, Zig Zag will have
a special interview. You have a special interview, I'm told.
Special.
I don't know how special it is. Is it a mystery guest? Someone from the side of Zig Zag? I wonder. Come on, show me who we got. Show me who we got, production. Who do you think it's going to be?
I don't know. I missed that part though. Oh,
Shut
Hello.
up.
Hi.
Shut up. Shut up. Say your team name,
Can hear
please.
what
You can't hear
name?
me. Say your team name.
Oh, Zig Zag.
That's how you say it. That's how you
Is it-
say it. Shut up, dude. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the win. Obviously, you guys have been having fun in this group. Did you expect that sort of a performance and a fight from Spender?
We don't expect because they gave us quite a tough. Like in the hard point, we are a bit like struggling in the second hard point. So they are performing really well.
I mean, that's crazy, man. That's props from Shut Up himself. That's surely going to boost Spender up quite a little bit. Here's the tougher question though, Shut Up. Thus far, I mean, you guys need no introduction. Even if you become Zig Zag or whatever in the future, you boys need no introduction. That's how popular you are within the scene. But Garena Masters thus far has not seen your team become champions. Is that going to change this season? And what are you guys doing towards that?
Obviously, because we are kind of new to with our member, two of us, FDS and SKADI, so we are still adjusting with them. So we just see how far we can go with this team.
Okay.
Just see
No
our
big promises
performance.
yet.
Yeah, no big promise.
Okay, fair enough.
Hopefully,
fair
we
enough.
can
Neptune,
win.
brother. Fingers crossed.
yeah. Well, I don't have any question. You might have one more, but one before I throw that final question. I mean, shout out. Really enjoyed that last match, and really enjoyed seeing you again in the Green Masters. So looking forward to you doing more, and expect that we'll be shouting our lungs out every time you play.
Shut up. I've got one final question for you before you do go away. So at the moment, under Zig Zag, do you guys have an organization yet? Has anybody picked you guys up? And on top of that, do you guys also have a coach together with the squad to prepare for the world stage?
We are still funding for the organization. Hopefully, but we have some of the organization that looking for us. So hopefully they want to pick us up. And for the coach, I still don't know.
Okay, all right.
We are looking for it also.
Okay, well, you guys heard it right here. The team is looking for a coach, and this is a team clearly very capable. And whichever organization gets to sponsor you guys is very lucky to pick you guys up. Congratulations once again on the tremendous achievement thus far within the group. Good luck for the rest of your matches. Shut up. We'll catch you guys soon, I'm very sure.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, these guys are always a delight to speak to, Neptune, but that brings us to the end of the day already. I knew I was going to enjoy the final series, bro. I did not expect to enjoy this that much. And I have to say, a huge thanks has got to be sent the way of Spender. Even Zig Zag acknowledges them, man. They did put up a strong fight. I did not expect that from them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one thing that we I did mention that hopefully for the side of Spender, they will be able to enjoy the final game. And I guess with Alex, special final moment, they did. So I'm really happy on how that ended. But well, it ends today. This is the final this is schedule of this is scheduled for today. This is all that happened. It is 3-0 from the first series taken by LVX, and SKADI has taken another 3-0 for that second series against Four Suits Esports, a 2-1 on SAVAGE HUNTSMEN against Forest KINCAID, and we just saw Zig Zag went in for the 3-0 to a much enjoyable battle against Spender.
Yeah, no doubt whatsoever. It was one of the most fun matches we have casted in a long time. But this is not going to be the end from Group A. This is only their third day of play out of a total of 7 throughout the group stages. You guys have got 14 days of absolute entertainment before we move on into the knockout stages. Let's check out the standings as well before we do sign this off for good.
Yep. And looking at the standings on our screen right now, we have SKADI and ZHIG ZHAG was able to maintain their reign in there. 0 on the L's just yet. And LVX as well as Forsuits Esports still part of that top 4. PV SAGE though is in there hanging on that number 5 spot. 4S KINCAID in there together with SAVAGE HUNTSMEN with tied as well onto their points, and SPENDER in there with no wins just yet, but looking forward to more of the movement from some of the teams right now. The battle of that number 4 spot might still be on, especially as a lot of the surprises has been shown to us by this team. But on the other side, for Group B, they didn't play today. They have that chance tomorrow. So let's see if the result might be the same.
Absolutely, sir. Next day of play is going to be next week on Wednesday. Yeah, Monday and Tuesday, we're going to be taking a quick break. Wednesday, we will be back and the group stages will continue. It's going to be Group B in participation. And of course, you can expect all of those Titans to show up strong. We are waiting to see more upsets in the competition. And that's exactly what I live for, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, really love to see more of this competition and enjoyed casting this with you, AJ. And as you mentioned, we're going to go for a few days of rest. So hopefully you take this time to really review some of the videos, the highlights, live stream, so that you will be able to catch up on what's going to happen on the next day of broadcast. But again, we are your casters for today, for tonight. I am Neptune the Gentleman Gaming, together with my brother, Mustachio AJ, saying thank you to everyone for all the support. See you on the next one.